This microphone still works, right? Feels like it's been so long. I should switch screens. Hello. Wow, the camera. Everything is positioned wrong, it feels. That's positioned wrong. There we go. My chair's positioned wrong. I think that got bumped. Everything is just... That feeling of everything just being barely off. Yeah, I got that feeling. Alright. That's good enough, right? Hey everyone, what's going on? I'm playing something that I knew would make people come around. I kind of wanted to play other things, but raise the chair back up. That's about the height I should be. I decided I would play something that will make people realize I'm alive, and then we'll go to other things. Like you can see, I already scheduled for tomorrow Amnesia, and the day after that, Dead Space Remake. Given, while I'm playing, there'll be breaks, and I'm going to be recording in 4K. So, I'm not going to have alerts going the entire time. With that said, I'm going to get into what's kept me away from streaming soon, but not yet. Mostly because I'm going to wait to say it once. But if it says anything, if my face looks like it's more plump, yes, this side is completely swollen. If anyone knows what a pulpectomy is, it's basically 95% of what a root canal is. That happened only yesterday, so I've been through the works lately. And if I sound like I'm coughing something up, there's something wrong with my throat now too. But other things have gotten better, things have gotten worse. I'm good enough to at least try to work still now, so I'm doing that. Hey, I'm going down the list. Green Ranger, Roses Are Blue, Superman, Amarok, Robert Durham. By the way, Robert, I think I saw a message came. I haven't checked a lot of my messages for a bit. Blue Knight, Wolfpack, Gabriel, TJ, Bunny Hilda. Hopefully I'm getting. Did I unlock every achievement in RE4 Remake on PC? Maybe. You can go check my Steam account. And if I did, I don't know. That's the one I'd be more likely to. I'm on PS5 right now, which I certainly have not. Hey, Fire Rider. Fire PTSD. Also, for 4th of July, I'm just going to warn that I had a plan that 4th of July I would actually play during the day, that I would play Diablo 4. That plan was predicated on the idea that I would have the money to buy Diablo 4. If anyone really wants to see during the day, not nighttime of 4th of July, but during the day, like from like noon to 6 or something like that Eastern time, for me to play Diablo 4, my Steam account is in the description below. You can gift me Diablo 4 if you want to see it so badly. Otherwise, I'm choosing something else because I can't. That was my original plan, and it's going out the window. However, somewhere in the plan, Final Fantasy 16 is getting played, and so that's happening. That's where the Diablo 4 money went to. I had my pre-order for Final Fantasy 16 came in. So, oops. Thank you, Roses Are Blue, for 5 minutes. Gus, Bolsky, Pantheon, Pac-Man, Aiden. That's a lot of welcome back to the family and all of that. Thank you. Thank you again, St. Logan. Jordan, what's going on? I see you back there. Am I playing the side mode on RE4 with Hunk and everyone? The Brook. We are actually playing right now what I would consider my preliminary run into remembering how to play this game. Because I have not, since I streamed it last, I have not picked it up. That's been 2 months. Almost exactly 2 months. I have been, times that I've been up, it's been painful. Living has been painful. Recovering has been painful. I'm trying to just get through things. Hey, Micah. Hello there. And you'll see me pumping shakes down because hey, Majida. I need nutrients in me. Diablo 4 isn't on Steam? How do you get Diablo 4 then? Do I have to play it on console? What do I do? What do I do to get Diablo 4? Alright. Oh, it's by Blizzard, isn't it? Well, I'll figure that out later maybe. So, whatever. We'll bring that up maybe tomorrow as a Blizzard store? Well, whatever. I had an idea for it. Hi there, Micah. Hey, Mike Graham, what's going on? Brooke, you got a lot. Brookie, you got a lot of questions fast. One video I've ever made that's my favorite? I have no idea. Yes, sir. I'm glad I could help. All right, let's get into. If I keep playing this music, I'll be way too chill. I'm way too chill with this music. I gotta cut it off. We gotta actually do a thing. We gotta play a little bit. We gotta do a thing. I don't know how long I can go tonight. I am actually still in more pain than a little on, and the more that I speak, the more pain I'll be in. That's the problem that I'm in right now. Wrong controller. But we'll just see how that goes, won't we? Tonight's more of an experiment of my limits before I start doing things like tomorrow playing Amnesia and the day after playing the Dead Space remake. And both of those, you can show up live, you can be here. If you're not here live or you want to see it in 4K later, I'll be recording it on that PC because Julio, before I had to take a hiatus because I was not doing well enough, got me a new hard drive to be able to record 4K videos on over there that won't dump whatever that I do. So I can do the live stream and it'll be this webcam, this mic, but the 4K footage, I can actually make it look like a professional video. Like tomorrow and the next day will be tonight's the experiment of how far can I push it. Yeah, this side of my face, if it looks swollen, just ignore it. I'm here over. And if you're worried about the blue hair, July 3rd, Mercedes will redo that. And hey, why is it saying extra stuff? Did I not do something? Did I not hover over something? I probably went through and bought some extras for something. And yeah, I haven't hovered through anything. Who cares? Hey, Deviz, what's going on? Yeah, do not do and drive. That testing method for personalities is good for business and nothing else. Whether I'm intro or extroverted and things like that, no. That's the science behind that is for business purposes only. That's the only correlation those tests have with actual living human beings. Hey, Fidizzo, 2 months ago, the last stream I did. At the very end of April, when I did a stream, that was the last time I played. I'm scared to actually play. But let me. What should I do? What should I do to get my feet wet again? Should I actually just jump back into a new game professional and just go in the deep end and see what I do? Is that how we're gonna do? Yes, sir. I already saw you. I said I'm glad that it helped. I've tried mercenaries before. My Dune! Hey! What's going on, my Dune? Thank you. Oh my gosh, though. Professional S plus no bonus. My Dune. Yes, I know what word. Do not look at my little bean with your dirty eyes.
Say it, Steven. You know the word kissing face. How are you, old friend? Smiley face.
Thank you, my dude. I really appreciate that. So if it's been a while since you've been here, or you didn't watch me before the Everyman's Guides or stuff, or maybe you've just missed things, this might seem out of place, but I'm just gonna go ahead. Nipples. Okay, there we go. Yes, you've got your nipples. I'm not putting on tassels. Let's go. Before I saw Mike Graham tell me to just do new game professional with no bonus items. All right, I'm doing the stupid route. Oh, Cookie. Yeah, oh yeah. You got a spot in acting. You got a spot in acting school. That's awesome. Hey, Chadwick. Shadow, haven't heard that in a long time. I have neglected to say it for a long time. No, you're definitely not forgotten. Of course. Hey, Haley.
September 30th, 19.
God, I haven't heard that beginning intro. Okay. Oh wait, no bonus items. I have the cat ears on. I have a bonus item on. No. But listen. Is it so bad that I had the cat ears on? Oh. Alright, no, I'll take everything. I'll give Leon like an eye patch the whole time that just will look out of place. Ashley gets her armor. I don't want to hear any lip from anybody. You can give me cat ears? That's infinite ammo. I get infinite ammo? I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. My weekend is full of pain so far. How's yours? Is it weekend? No, weekend just started. Mine's... No, it's still all been pain, but it's less pain. Armor Ashley and Mike L and ears. Gas mask. Armor Ashley's fine. Cat ears can stay. You need a break already. What? Do I need to already do a poll? Since the break darkness, I've come back home and got promoted. Congratulations, Green Ranger. Hey, Mike L. Had a feeling you get a notification. I'm not a criminal. Let me do a very easy thing. Do I get cat ears? I just have to ask you guys real quick. Do I get cat ears? There's just a quick poll, and then we'll just go on. Cat ears? Yes, no, ask. All right, click a button. It's in the chat. Do I get cat ears? Hey, Amarok, what's going on? Do I get my cat ears? Sounds good, Eric. Shut up, YouTube. Wanted me to insert ads already. You guys are overwhelmingly already... You know what? It'd take another 100 people saying no. Or another 50 people saying no to start evening it out. Cat ears are infinite ammo. Cat ears will immediately make me a happy boy. My Dune, you're supposed to be the one that remembers wholesome moments, not nipple twisters. Let's forget that ever happened. Welcome. I can't do voices right now. Hey, RJG, JR. Ending poll. I get cat ears. Let's do it. I get cat ears. Boom. All right. How different does the game get to feel with cat ears? I've already forgotten how the game feels. Everyone likes Happy Darkness.
How far could he have gone?
Cool, dear love. That's louder than I remember. That was a very loud alarm tone. That was probably just should probably just turn that down.
Anyone home?
I turned it down. Hey, Lydia. Hey, Monroe. What's going on? It's all right. I appreciate everything. I am doing my best to get by, type deal. But I'm well enough to work, so I'm back in front of a camera.
Not good.
I need to make content. People consuming static videos also helps too. So I need to. I gotta kill two birds with one stone. We're doing tomorrow Amnesia, and the day after that Dead Space. How far we get determines how much further in a week we keep going. But I plan on finishing both within a week on live streams, recording in 4K, so that I can then upload them as, you know, static videos, you know, as if I recorded them not live. Cut out all the chatter with chat from them, so that people that aren't live can watch it in high quality and properly edited and all that stuff. Welcome back, Sonic.
What was that?
Okay, what else do I have? Just this. All right. Do I remember how to be a gamer? Uh-oh. Please don't at me. You know, fire is fire PTSD, fire Eider, fire... I kept saying fire Elder for the longest time because I saw that I is an L. I'm trying my best to get better. I am not promising to anyone that I'm actually better. There's a major problem that luckily I have a test to show that most likely is not going to be me saying that I am quite literally dying. So I'm willing to actually talk about it because 2 months ago there was a problem I wasn't willing to talk about, and now I am. There was an issue. And the issue is not resolved at any means, but at least it's something. Okay. All right. I have infinite ammo. We gave me the infinite ammo, but we said Mike did say no bonus items. I remember seeing that. I want to go to like my case and everything. It has another. I have a magnum if I could just get into it. Hey, Resident Gamer, what's going on? Firebird, Fire PTSD. Yeah, when I had to play Final Fantasy 14's P3S, it's the third fight of the first tier of the expansion for Endwalker. There is a big phoenix you gotta fight, and that bird is stupid. It's stupid. I hate that bird, and I have color damage to my right eye, so it can't even distinguish reds. It's a fight of a red bird on a red background with a red flaming everything. It's just horrible. The mechanics are bad, and then I look over and there's someone named Firebird that's there all the time. I'm sitting there looking and going, I'm going to kill any birds that are on fire. I will set birds on fire just to kill them, which would probably just make you call that dinner, I think. So renamed to Fire PTSD. Hey John Parker. Hey Felicia. Hey, what's going on? You've been trying the Nightmare mod? I should go and do mods, shouldn't I? I have to mod the game. As per the usual for things that I do, I have to mod the game. I'm gonna have to. Hey, Smooth. Thank you. The race... I stopped trying to race to that many subscribers a while ago. Did I say before I went on the break that very ugh statistic of YouTube reminding me that due to people thinking that my channel was like a guide channel, I've had over 300,000 people subscribe and unsubscribe because they didn't get what they thought they'd get. So like if I just had more guides on my channel type deal, if I had just done blah blah blah, yeah,
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sadly, I did not see if the updates to fix things got super chats working on that bar yet, because I have been a bad boy. Didn't see if that was fixed at all, so you know. I have infinite ammo, so I can just get the shotgun and go guns blazing, right? We can just do this. I can do this the way that I would never do this, right?
It's my lucky day.
Did I say hi, Blue Knight? Will I do a guide for this? Yeah. Oh yeah, I meant to. It's just.
Oh, nice.
Pain really interrupts a lot of things in your life. I'll explain a little later what happened, and then maybe it'll put in perspective for people what's going on. Wait, is he still alive? There's no way. Alright. No! No! Okay, you know what? I overestimated how much of an advantage infinite ammo would give me. And I might have made a slight miscalculation. Most notably, that there's a dude with the chainsaw that is helping my case about right now. No, no, woman, no, 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 no. You know what? Infinite ammo isn't helping somebody who's out of practice be better. Who would have thought? Don't. You don't want to do that. You don't want to hit me. Don't turn around. Oh, the Commissar's in town. Oh. Hey, look, I did a thing. They all came here. Now I can just do this. Did I get the grenade? Aye. Okay, there you go. I did a thing. What is it? What are you doing? Stop. Listen, I'm trying to kill you faster. You're making this difficult by living. Could you? No! Oh yeah, I forgot my own strategy. Are you kidding? I figured this out right before I took that break. What am I doing? This could have already been over. I just come up here with the grenades. We practiced this for the guide. I have notes for this. I didn't have to do any of that. We did this. Hey, Sashi, what's going on? We did this. Oh, I feel dumb now. Well, Robert, I appreciate the thought. I don't know why it won't let people sign in. Is something wrong with Streamlabs? Is Streamlabs trying to screw me over? Hey, Alyssa. Streamlabs hates me. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Please, please, please no. So I don't have a plan B for this. That was 15. Well. So that's anxiety still. Shut up, Hunnigan. I got issues. One of them is how bad I need you. Fall. I have cat ears. I'm being catty. Meow. What if? No. I'm saying no to the idea I just had. That whatever I wear, I have to actually try to sound like. So if I wear the gas mask as the accessory, I have to try to sound like Bane the entire time. Welcome to the family, Lydia. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Thank you, thank you. She'll get stronger over time. Protect yourself, protect the family. Welcome to the family. I was gonna say if I have the cat ears, I gotta be like, I have to sound all meowdy. Meowdy, everybody. That would get too close to uwu immediately. That's basically asking me to go uwu, and I don't want to do that. We're not doing uwu. Hey, GJD 8000. Hey, Paige, what's going on? Paige Blankenship. I'll get Paige's mixed up. I was gonna make the horrible joke of I might turn to the wrong one. You know, the joke every single person named Paige has probably heard a lot of times in their life. I was gonna make that joke and I apologize, but kind of only don't apologize because it's been a while, so my inner filter is probably broken a little bit. Yeah, your pages are still around. Don't worry. Okay. I don't need all the things I pick. I have infinite ammo. I just need the stuff that gives me money, which would be the jewel in here. I just need, if I have cat ears, I just need money. And I forgot where all the things are. You know those notes I made about this, and we discussed things in like the last streams of like how to get S+ easily. Okay, all of those notes are, there's a notebook right here. I've written other things down on it, and I'm not, I got a chamois that I made out of an old t-shirt and an eyeglasses cloth on top of it. I'm not gonna be looking at it during this. And die! 404 page not found. Oh god. Alright. Now that everyone knows I'm here. When people subscribe, use the pistol to ring the bell. If only you could. I've tried to ring that bell with other things. I can't get to that. Nice little pattern. Cool. I've tried to ring that thing with other things to make the thing happen. Doesn't work out. Gimme. It's one of the first ones. It's number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. It's not 0. Was I helpful? Please rate your user experience with how helpful I was with that answer, my dude. How helpful was that answer? Take a quick survey. Wait, where's she whispering for? Oh, there's a quote. It's 7. Who gave you the quote number? Who fed you that information? Who's the rat? I didn't see. Who's the mole? Or did you just do a good guess? I am running on a perfunctory level of how I function at this moment. So like some things are going to be strictly out of my purview in this stream because they're not something that my brain is not going to just do it right now. Fire, we don't talk about what fire has access to. You guys do not get to exploit fire. Because, and let's get this straight, you guys would, in a heartbeat, exploit fire.
God damn.
And we all know this. Don't you have more money? I want him dead though. Be less alive, please. Thank you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
They keep coming.
But I just want your money. Then I'm gonna upgrade weapons, and then none of you matter to me ever again, because I'll just kill you all because I have infinite ammo. None of you have to matter anymore. The back half of this game gets to be a breeze. Stop making me think that you matter. I'm the main character. As in Leon. Do I have main character syndrome? I recently found out main character syndrome's an actual thing. Hey, that dude, what's going on? I just want my words at somebody else. Well, I mean, welcome to capitalism. TED Talk 1 out of 532. A lecture series that will put everyone to sleep. Can I have the loop? A lot of people out of the loop. Hey BJ, I have not put people in the loop yet for what's going on with me health wise. Once I do, it might be more understanding of what's going on with the channel, and while I'm going to be recording a lot of double duty streams where they are live, because I can't. People show up for live streams. People know that I have posted static videos because I do live streams, but if I keep my live streams not unlisted, YouTube will dock me because I'm supposedly a channel that, well, I'm not supposedly, I'm a channel that still has more recorded videos than live streams. I still have, even though I'm close to 1,000 live streams, I'm over 1,200 created videos for the channel, like individualized whatever. So YouTube doesn't like me doing that. So I'm going to be pulling double duty, where I'm doing live streams of things that I will be posting as static videos like tomorrow. I'll record it in 4K. I'll take breaks. For anyone who doesn't know the format that I've done that before.
We would like to buy one child, please.
Shit at me. Have my money, but only if you upgrade your weapons on stream. Like, yeah, I will. Wait. It said every XOR. Yeah, that's actually true. Thank you, GJD. I really appreciate that. She's running at me. She started it. Okay. Anyway. It'll make more sense when I'm pulling double duty. Also, I'm going to be talking way too much today because I want to see how far I can push my throat. Gross alert coming in. Plug your ears if you don't like this. My throat's been bleeding from using it too much. So let's see how far I can push it before that becomes an issue too. Shut up, watch. We're just going to figure out all the issues today so I know how far and long I can push myself later. That won't work anymore. There goes that plan. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Why? All these jerks. You know what? You know what? You know what? I don't need this in my life. I don't need this in my life. We're just gonna we're going for the thing. What? Why am I doing all the other things? I don't need them. really need to. I need to pick my spots a little better for what I'm gonna fight on this.
What's that noise?
It's been long enough that I actually was sitting there struggling trying to figure out how anything worked for anything that I was doing right now, or this game, or anything else. I spent too long in the first chapter. Darkness.exe not responding. What did I not respond to? Did I need to respond? Did I do something? Maybe don't push yourself? No, I need to push myself to see how far I can go. I've been gone for 2 months. This is as long as I can possibly. I'm on my last leg of before I have to, like, I probably need to sell a kidney, which I good luck with whoever gets my kidney dealing with the stone that's left in it. It's 10 millimeters, and you can't physically pass that. Brain processing GG's. Yeah, took a look. Hey, Sadistic, what's going on? How'd I do? Oh my god. 19 minutes in chapter 1. That's bad. That's real bad. We're not gonna save. I have to start from the beginning if I die. That's real bad.
Sacrificial lamb.
Sacrificial lamb.
Condor one to roost.
If I have cat ears, why don't my knives last forever? Why is that not a thing? Capcom, welcome back to the family of my Dune with that immediate 4-year shield. It just immediately is like, I own this city. No. That was dumb. No. No. All of that. No, I popped that trap too. Die, rat. No, rat. This will not turn into the killing rat stream. I will kill the rats so quickly. No. We path the rats. Become one with the rat. No. Son of a... Thank you. This will not become the I can't catch rats stream. You must go. My people need me. What, are you flying or something? I hear the call of my people. They need me. He jumped out the window and flew. I didn't know he could do that. Hey, Zeus. Hey, Anthony. Oh, Jeebus. Go through. Thank you.
I'll be taking these back.
Yeah, I'll be taking that back. I'm baby and I got it back. Baby got back. I apologize for nothing.
Let's do some business.
Let's do some business. Aye? Yeah, we'll do some business.
Welcome.
I haven't made fun of you in so long, dude. It's been a while.
Some rare things on sale, stranger.
We don't need anything that has to do with ammo.
Won't do you much
Gunpowder.
good.
No. We don't need those things. Kitchen knives? No. Okay, we got to make a pimp decision. Can I sell for money my items that I'm not allowed to use? The first 10 people that answer, I will take the average of their answer. Can I sell the Chicago Sweeper hand cannon and primal knife for money? 2 yeses, 1 no, 3 yeses, 4, 5 yeses. Need 1 more yes. 6 yeses. All right, cool. I'm selling them for money. I'm selling them for money. I'm not using them, but I'm selling them for money. Boom.
Thank you. Well then, what can I do?
So that's the thing.
Try that on for size. See how that feels, mate.
It probably feels a lot
Like
better.
yourself should notice the difference right away.
Yeah, it will feel a lot better because I'm just gonna
Try that on for size.
put holes in people as fast as possible. Don't worry about it.
Got a selection of good things.
I didn't
on
get the
sale,
rifle. I don't need
stranger.
it.
Pleasant travels.
I just need to put holes in people. If I put holes in people, it all works out. This will put bigger holes. My logic is sound. Woo! Hey, Tommy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I'm glad the guys could help. Now watch me get my hand asked to me. My my ass handed to me. That's the way that the term goes. God, those alerts are loud on my end. Are they loud on you guys' end too? Can I let me see. They are okay. They're loud for all of us. All of us. Yeah, shut up, Windows. I don't care about that. I just care about all of us not having our ears bleeding. We're turning those down a bit so they don't scare the poop out of anybody. We can all be safe from those big bad alert sounds. Yeah. I was hoping I wasn't the only one. If I was the only one, then I just get to be the wuss that has to deal with being jump scared every time someone does it. Uh-oh. Look who's got the weapon that works. Thank you again, Anthony, over there. Again? No, that's first time ever. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Uh-oh. No, no, no! No. I said no. I'm an idiot. But I did say no. People are tossing a lot of munitions around. I feel this is an unsafe work environment. I wouldn't want to be a villager here. You got to think that before I ever showed up, they had all this dynamite. They just had it. They just weren't using it, but they had it. It's just an issue of how much they use. And the issue is they didn't use all of it, obviously. Oh my god, why are they there? Why is that there? Why is that there? Why do you exist? Why are you here? I forgot where everything is, if you can't tell. Please do this fast. Well, I know they were using it for the mines. Why isn't it back in the mines? I mine where it is right now. I don't want it here. Buy a Rebaditch. That's the wrong language. A Revan asshole. I need to learn more Spanish. That's abysmal. Thank you. Well, I've been very sick since okay, Joseph, you've been waiting for an Everyman's Guide. Yeah, that was on a plan. It's something that was actively working towards. I have been really badly sick for now. I could say the definitive date would be the day before Thanksgiving. It really did not go well for me. And it's still not good, but, you know, we're getting there. It's not necessarily by choice I didn't, you know, do my job.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Thank you, my dude. I appreciate
that. 5 in the fishnets. Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
All right, bedtime for you, but I was going to see it, especially see what it was. Oh my god. And it's I'll include Steven in the last bit of it. Have a good night, my dude. Thank you for being here. Hey, Mike, what's going on? There's multiple mics here. I have to start using some initials. You know, let's see how badly I can do in one run. Hey, Crow. Where is it? 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 Is this the weapon to use to shoot something down specifically? No. Did I use it anyway? Yes, I did. That's not where to go. No, I don't need the scribbles. I need that. Alright, come on. Where's the next one? I forgot. Whatever. I don't need it. I like it when he's not moving, so I shoot him for. I go for the nuts. Sometimes
Stay down, all right?
Sometimes you just gotta make a pimp decision, and that decision is that somebody's penis has to go bye-bye. I'm getting better in some ways. I'll get into that sooner than later. Let's not hit that tripwire. Let's not step in the bear trap. Did I miss the bear trap? Sure did. Oh, the tripwire's gotta go boom still, isn't it? Go boom. There it goes. It went boom. Nope, you don't get to pee in peace. No one gets to piss in peace on my watch. I'm the breaker of doors. The ruiner of restrooms.
Someone has shown up their neighbors.
Good night, Amrock. Thank you for stopping on by. Forgot where everything is. Oh my god, did I forget this puzzle? Please tell me I didn't forget this puzzle. Is it a baby, some leaves, and a pig? Is it a pig and leaves? Oh no. Oh no. 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 I forgot. I think the puzzle. No. But it's those three things. Oh, come on. Is it I did the freaking forgot. I can't believe I forgot this. Crop pig babe. Dadgummit. Pig. I am just the worst right now. Take out the legs. That was a vicious pee he had to take if he was going to turn into that kind of enemy no matter what you did. Because no matter if you kill him or not, he turns into that. So he had to really go. Like, really bad. He had to really go. Okay. This line this puzzle goes. Cool. Is that the... Nope. It's the other way. Nope. I turned it the wrong way the first time. Okay. Spinny. Spin, spin. Would I do an Everyman guide? For this game, it was supposed to already be out. I'll explain. I've explained that before. If I was a healthier person, it would have already been out. Will I do it for 3? Probably not anymore. I had it basically done and ready for 3, and then everyone shit all over the game. Why would I want to wake up to a comment section that instead of saying thank you for a guide every morning saying this game is garbage? That is not what I would necessarily want to put myself through. So maybe not. Even though it's already planned out, written, done, I don't know if I want to put myself through that. 13 minutes. Better. Sure, I'll save. Oh god, we were doing a thing. It is actually 2 months. It's been 2 months. Look, we were doing a thing. We did that 2 months ago. So where do I save it? We save it here. Well, I mean, I've got a guide for 3 scripted. I have it ready. I know how to do it. I know how to put it together. I mean, I put it together. All the notes are there. It's just people. I already every day wake up to somebody trying to get through the profanity filters and find out a new way to say all the different racial slurs. I mean, all this other stuff. The last thing I want to do is actually do like a passion of project of any sort for people to just furiously tap. The game is so bad. Then why are you on the video? I never understood people who do that. Like, if your keyboard is basically worn out from you going furious, just trying to be mad at a game that you could just not watch the video for. Like, don't you have anything better to do with your life? Couldn't you have typed it for anything else ever? But I don't know if I want to, because people type it and then I have to read it and then decipher whether it's worth something. And usually people have a tendency, I'll be honest, people have a tendency to make basically a hateful comment really nice at first. So I actually have to read the whole thing of being like, hey Darkness, just wanted to say, so glad to see that you're back and doing stuff. Enjoyed the guides to Resident Evil 2. Got my S pluses. Resident Evil 3 sucks so much. I can't believe you would stoop down to doing it. I'm like, God, mother, like that's what I have to go through. So it'd be just like one after the other of just being like, why this? Why did you just put the thing that you're gonna put on the other video? I think the level of how stupefied I am by that stuff is only matched by when people don't realize that I see comments in chronological order, not by order of which video is newest. So they talk about, you know, they asked me about a Resident Evil game on a video that isn't Resident Evil because I posted a different video or something. And yeah, if you go back to the first video I ever posted, and you make a comment on that video,
You too, huh?
when I go and open up my comment sections, I see that comment at the top of the list because that's how creators see comments. So between those two things, it's a very confusing bunch of people to deal with. People are way too harsh. I love that game. We've gotten DLC and everything too, but that's oh yeah, that's something I need to make public. That video that was edited down, yeah, why it's still in the members section only, I don't know. I made a whole video. Yeah, it's our fault we didn't get DLC. It was not a finished product until I have to declare it finished because we're a bunch of ungrateful jerks. But you know, that's just I would call it a hot take until I realize it's actually the truth. They very much stated it's the truth. And then had to take it back. No, die. Hey, bird. Blackbird singing in the dead. No, don't sing. No, I have to shoot the lock. I have to. No, can I shoot it from here? Are my eyes deceiving me? Cool. Now I can collapse. Now fall. Not dealing with the dogs. I refuse. So that wasn't what I planned on happening. That was... It was not... I knew she was there, and yet she still chopped my face. Back 'em dogs. No! Stop twitching. I'd like for you to not to twitch, please. Woman? If you start twitching, thank you. They must know I'm a streamer because they twitch. Sorry, YouTube. I apologize. Hey, Demo, what's going on? Oh, God. GJD, you're actually right. That's probably the way it would go. I still am probably never going to release the Claire B, the one that I've got in the bag right now. I mean, I just look so unhappy because it's take 3. Take 1 was perfect. Take 2 was just... I'm sad take 1 didn't save and also wasn't good. And then take 3 was just... I was not a happy boy. I was not a happy boy doing it. So it exists. I just was... And you guys better be glad that I haven't been my best over the past year and a half or so. Because one thing after the other keeps piling up with me, but things are finally getting a bit better. Because I wanted to do I really did think for April Fools. And I told people I would do this. And then I just was not feeling well. I didn't get to it and I realized the time passed. I was actually going to do the footage I've got for Claire B. I was going to just mirror it on the screen. And so... I would have my face on the screen and talk, have the narration up, but I was going to mirror the gameplay, and then I was going to specifically go to like sections that are puzzles or whatnot, flip it back to the correct side so that if you're watching it, you would think something is that it's actually correct until you try to follow, and then you realize it's mirrored, and the puzzles are correct, and all the text on the screen is correct, and anytime anything's on screen, basically any wording is correct, I go and meticulously flip it around, but the entire game is backwards and just put that up as Claire B. I really wanted to screw with some people, but I just didn't.
Got some rare things on sale.
And with the level of screwedness I wanted to screw with people, you see how bad I must have felt, because that, of course that's something I would have done in a heartbeat if I was up to it. Like, who wouldn't do that? Who among us is good enough to have avoided the temptation? Where's my knife?
I knew you were a go-getter. I still have some new items you might be interested in. A bit more space never hurt anyone. Perfect size for you, stranger.
I sold my combat knife.
All yours, stranger.
I sold the knife. We're never gonna talk about that.
Knowledge is power.
We don't have to talk about
that, mate. Wield him. What
I sold
can
the
I
knife.
do
We don't.
If you want a fighting chance out
Yeah,
there, you best tune up your kit. There you are. Don't get yourself killed now.
I actually want to play. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So I can pile on the content. Near Replicant will probably be a live thing I do too. We'll see how much I can handle and how much I'm trying to pile on, and if it's really, really too much. Because By God, do I want to play Nier Replicant. That is a I don't give a shit if only one person watches that. I want to play Nier Replicants. There are not many games that I get actual pure joy out of that aren't just like I'm doing it because this is actually a job as well, so people have to show up for a reason. I want to play Nier. I want to replay Nier Automata. I want to go to Drakengard 3 and let's do Zero Story and have everyone cry over that stuff. Cause good God. I'll introduce everyone to the world of intoners and Accord watching over your actions and all that kind of stuff. And a big giant over Tokyo. I'll make you all suffer through it. I'm basically talking through some of the stuff I wanted, but yeah. The Nier Replicant and getting through Drakengard. And then wanting to bring back Retro Nights and Family Nights, but I really... Instead of making excuses of the reason why I'm not doing it, I need to just admit that I'm not feeling well enough to interact with other people, and... Like, it's just not... Why am I over here? I can get this later with Ashley. I've started watching the anime for Nier. It's faithful. They got all the same voice actors and actresses, which made me happy. I was a happy camper the second I heard it was coming out. I was even happier when it saw the same voices. And actually, they lifted some of their dialogue lines from the game lines that they did, so they didn't make them re-record everything. But there's now like extra talking and extra things to add in, so people might understand some of the things I tried to explain while playing Nier Automata. Yeah, I can always play Ninja Gaiden. I need to play some of the games that GJ sent me. I need to get on some of those. I also have a whole list of like indie games that I'd like to play too. I even asked my son if there's any indie games that like possibly he wanted to play with me. I think he called me an imbecile. Is Automata good? To say it's one of my favorite games ever created would be underselling it, in my opinion, still. Yoko Taro games are absolutely top tier games for me. When I played Nier Gestalt years ago, it's the same as Nier Replicant, except for the main character, the titular character of Nier, is instead of being a young boy with his younger sister, it is a father with his daughter, because back when Nier was originally released, they called it Replicant in Japan. They called it Gestalt here. They both have meaning for the actual franchise in the game, but they thought American audiences wouldn't take as well to a story about the boy protecting his sister type deal. They thought they'd take better to that same story being told, but it's a dad protecting his daughter. I don't know what they think of us as being an American audience and why they had to change it, but when they redid everything, they changed it back. So at least we now have the remade version. So everyone can go and fawn. No. Everyone can go fawn over someone who while I'm not playing the game, I will continue to call Kane. But their name is Kaine.
All right, hold on.
Holy crap!
I got an idea.
That sound bit. Oh, thank you so much, Robert.
Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. Yeah. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Ah!
Oh god. I will.
Been trying to tell you how happy I am that you are doing betterish for so long, but I've gotten famished and there is only one thing that will satisfy this hunger. This mystical food is called the mac of the cheese. Can I get some mac and cheese action?
You know what? Who am I to actually get in the way of a request like that? I would be such. If Alyssa is here, she will know. See, you know what? If I just slow it down, no one can deny that is mac and cheese. That is mac and cheese. Because Robert asked for it. He wanted to be fast. That's mac and cheese. It's just too fast. I did too fast. Can I do it slow? It's you got to do like the stirring of it. And the stirring is the whole, whereas you get the big spoon, and it's like the squish of it, which when you're stirring it, but you put your ear near the squish, and it sounds like this. See, I did it just too fast, but it's mac and cheese. It's someone being the most vigorous ever with mac and cheese. It does not. Don't say it sounds like fast licking. That's not. It's not ASMR. That's just mac and cheese. I swear to God, that is mac and cheese. Y'all ruined mac and cheese for me. Vigorous with the mac and cheese is crazy. Well, I mean, you know, some people want their Kraft macaroni and cheese. They got the blues, all right? I watched the commercials. Oh, shit, that did not kill everything. Funnel them. Ah! I mean...
One down.
That's mac and cheese. You know what? My proof that it's mac and cheese is that dropout.tv. I believe on YouTube you can find dropout.tv, or they used to be called College Humor, and then they rebranded as Dropout. You can go find on the show Game Changers where they have to make one episode, they need to make sounds, and one of them is mac and cheese. And my mac and cheese sounds even better than theirs does. Two guys whose part of their professional careers to make like sound effects with their own vocal everything, and I made the sound mac and cheese. It is mac and cheese. It's mac and cheese. It's just a little fast. It's a little fast and furious mac and cheese. That's the difference. That's what you guys don't like. It's somebody who was just way too excited about to get another spoonful. That's what people can't get over. That's what I'm sticking to in my head.
I see you took care of it. I knew I could count on you.
It's mac and cheese.
What you buying?
To my dying breath, I will vouch for what it is. I think the large resources are actually what I need. I'm gonna get rid of some of both of them. Wait, don't do that. It's mac and cheese.
I knew you were a go-getter. Got a selection. Things on sale.
Do I?
Your weapons
I don't care about doing
good
that.
hand.
Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate that. I'm just gonna do this with the shotgun. If you get the rifle, it's just like the Resident Evil 4 original. The rifle actually gets the Las Plagas off the giant's back faster. I'm going to say screw it to that.
Try that on for size.
And just make this shotgun work as best as I can until I. Yeah, I'm.
Oh, pleasure doing business with you.
I'm doing things like I don't usually do because I don't
See how that
care.
goes, mate.
And you can't make me care. I'm going to do it this way anyway now.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
Wait, what's glorious? What did you, JD, say? Hold on. Wait. You stir your mac that fast, you will go everywhere. We all know what that really is. Great value macaroni and yellow saucy. I'll tell you what I hear is not mad and cheese. You know what? Mad and cheese? Yeah. That's exact fire you got to it. Yeah, Alyssa calling it man and cheese. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, what if you wanted to eat it faster? How do you get? I love Soulsborne. I've played all of them on streams. I unfortunately know what a rusty trombone is now because of while playing Dark Souls 3, I got blindsided by you guys telling me about something that I thought was BS and it wasn't, which is
we would like to
that
buy
term.
one child, please.
Thanks, gaming. What's going on? I'll say how I'm doing after all this. Is Goku eating mac and cheese? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I only know what rusty trombone is because the internet has corrupted me. I was much more pure than people give me credit for until I was minding my own business, playing Dark Souls 3. I was going towards the Nameless King. I even remember where I was. That's how traumatic that shit was for me. That is how I will put the word trauma on there. Where's this fish? So I can get more health. He's always in the corner. I think I got him. Thank you. I'll put the word trauma on there. I don't mind. I calls it like I sees it. Ow! That was right where this Leon's face. You'll make so many people with fan art mad if you hurt his face. What if Leon actually got like perma scars in the game that carried over to other games in the franchise? Like if they remake anything else, the scars you get in this game carry over, so you can actually fuck up Leon's face. I would be laughing my ass off knowing how many people fangirl over Leon. And now they're like, you can carry over save files and it matters. And they carry over their hard one, like they have an S+, unlocked everything. But it counts how many times you got smacked in the face. So it's just like this butchered face sewn together that they have to import this data from. And now they gotta make this choice of, I don't get the bonuses, but if I want Leon's face to look good. I mean, I'm thinking about it and I'm kind of cackling manically in my head, so I know it's a good idea. In my head, I'm very much imagining some pretty upset people, so I know it's a good idea. Wow, he was really gunning for me. He wanted a piece of this. Snake! Dude! I was point blank. You cannot tell me the spread pattern in this game is that there's no shotgun alive that spread pattern would miss that shot. It's a long barrel. Thank you, Game Logic. I love it. I love it. It's like every single person who makes a video game, when it comes to a shotgun, they have never actually shot a shotgun. I love it so much. I'm fishing with the shotgun. Oh, you know what though? Screw your fish. I want that. Whoa! Wait, curious about what? Now I'm curious. It's got a good spread. Oh god. Wait, what? I am not paying attention now. Now I feel way more interested than I really. Robert, don't ask what that is. Do not ask. I did not like learning it myself. It is Shotgun RNGesus. Hey, Sir David, what's going on? I see you back there. Yeah, don't look up Rusty Turnbow. Please don't. For the love of God. For the love of everything, don't look up Rusty. Woman! Shut up. Shut up. There's another snake. I should use something other than that for the snakes. You're 2 alive still. I'm not going through this chapter fast enough. I have beaten the fish before in a really fast time. He didn't get to do his whole BS stuff, which means that the fish is borked. Now I know how the fish works, and I don't like it. If you can get him 1 time, but the same number of hits 2 times does not kill him, which I counted, means that he does regain health when he goes underwater, which is stupid. So now that I know that, this fish and I, like, missing a shot for the fish actually matters for how fast you can get through this part. I am killing all of these things. You know what? I should just stab him. But it's so awesome. Hey, Mary, what's going on? Yeah, missing a shot with the fish. It's stupid that can do that. Vanilla is a flavor. How do you flavor vanilla? Female. Wait. Hold on. I was gonna make it. I was gonna make a joke. Hold. My brain is not ready to be. I'm like 80% ready to actually be in front of people on the internet. Let's just cut to the chase of me saying that most of the people that are dated are pretty much paper white. Anyway. So I was gonna make a joke to do with that, but I screwed it up because I'm not ready to be a person on the internet. The Lady D cosplay? Yeah. Welcome back to the family, Sir David. Thank you. 5-star shield. I love to see that. Someone misses village? I miss anyone who played Village knows that Capcom has some screws loose, not realizing that there would be a standout character everyone would latch onto, which would be some sisters and their mom. Like, I don't know what their test group looked like, but how they didn't know that they would steal the show on that one is a mystery unto us all. No, they didn't. They've actually stated they had no idea she'd be such a standout success of everything. Like, they had no idea. How did they not have an idea? Hey, Bear, what's going on? Thank you for the continued support.
On a little-known secret of comedy.
Hey, Sashi, thank you.
Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Gotta deuce out soon, but it's great seeing you back. Can't wait to see FFXV.
Yeah, I'm doing if I can't secure Diablo 4 on 4th of July, I'm willing to even start Final Fantasy 16. I wanted to do Diablo 4 because on 4th of July I wanted to be able to interact with you guys before I got my son back over onto me, to my side, because he's gonna be with his mom some other day with me during the night. So I was gonna do like a day stream between like noon and 6, and Diablo just seems like a really good game to talk to people at the same time while I play it. So I was thinking about that, and then I was trying to think of how do I fit back in like finishing Amnesia, because I don't think it's gonna be one sitting. How do I finish Dead Space? It's not gonna be one sitting. And where do I put Final Fantasy 16 in there? So that's why you've only seen 2 things scheduled so far. Tomorrow I'll start trying to think of like the actual future a bit more, a little further into the future of where everything else fits. Yeah, Final Fantasy is. It's just that the people that are subscribed to the channel don't seem to understand how good Final Fantasy actually is. As a franchise in general. Like, Final Fantasy 15, like, the boy band. I understand where people are coming from. Like, I get it. However, Boys on Tour is not what's going on with this one. And oh my god, even from the trailers, even from the demo, even from everything else, it freaking rocks. Like, it's amazing. I will say, Final Fantasy 15 was garbage until they went back. I will give a take on that one, Brett, real quick. Final Fantasy 15 day 1 release was garbage. Hey Javi, what's going on? Day 1 release, I have videos. I played through like chapter 5 or what. It was not good. Especially there's a chapter that ends up coming up where you have to be like stealth. Hey Stacy, what's going on? Day 1 release, Final Fantasy 15, not good. They realized that they screwed up. They made expansions. They added more to the main base story that you play through. They made a movie. They made a prequel game that's more like an SNES game that explains the dad's story. So the beginning cutscenes make sense. There's not... Basically, they built a world around 15 that finally... Now playing 15 is good. Day 1 release Final Fantasy 15 was garbage. Final Fantasy 16 has gotten some of the highest reviews of any game just about ever. Except for the people who are review bombing it because they don't understand there is a difference between racism and ethnic diversity needing to be in everything. So there are some people who are just, I think, foolishly ignorant to the point of it's hurting good causes. So there's those idiots, but 16 is not like 15. I already know that. It's got... Yeah, extras need to come out for that one. That one. Oh, how do I even do this fight? Oh, I didn't start stabbing him fast enough. Nope. Gotta go through it all. You gotta land every spear the entire time. Double damage in his mouth. I don't actually know how much damage. I don't have one of those things that tell me how much damage is done for things. But like, every time his mouth is open, he does things. So, I don't know what it's called, but I'm not gonna be able to get him in one turn for sure. Because I think you gotta smack him in right in his mouth hole when he jumps out of the water. Oh, of course. I'm not a good gamer. And I missed that, so. Hey, look, it's your mouth hole. Yeah, I'm not getting him. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 7 Integrate is also on the docket of things I need to play. For my own benefit. Some games I need to play for my own benefit because I'm starting to get... YouTube is really starting to trying to force me into playing Resident Evil only. Or they don't push my content. And in fact, they've straight up told me that if my content is only pushed under certain conditions, so that's cool. They basically say I caused it for myself. With that said, can't wait for the Silent Hill games. Like Silent Hill 2 Remake. You bet your sweet, sweet ass I'm going to be playing that like day one. I want to be on top of that. Where am I in life?
I need to do something.
Yeah, I know I need to do something. I am doing something. I'm throwing the spears. You're just the guy on the screen, taking all the credit. You son of a bitch, you fish. Ah! I hate this thing. I hate it. I hate him. You can't make me like him. You can't make me. You can't make me. I don't have to. I don't have to listen. Where are you? Ooh, 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 ooh. I really want to know. Oh, there's a tree. Which way do I go? Don't hit the tree, please. Come on. Free Willy. Dude. You're right up in my grill. Oh God, I'm really doing this. We're really doing this.
Shit. I'm sunk at this rate.
That might be the longest I've ever taken on the fish. Other than dying. The dying would be the longest I've probably taken on the that was bad. That was bad. Do I save that? Yeah. I don't want to do the fish again. Who wants to do the fish again? He is a spear sponge. He's totally a spear sponge. He sponged all my spear bullets. Hello, boy. My son's here, right? So I if I turn around and I sound like I'm being a dad, it's because I'm a dad. Hello, boy. What's up? Yeah. What time is it? Yeah. Hey, little boy. Can you bring me a body armor by chance? Thank you. Yeah, I'm still a dad. That didn't change over 2 months, by the way. So that's still a thing. Thank you. Fish go to bingo? Feels like it. That freaking fish. I'm back with my food. Hi, back with my food. I'm dad. We'd have issues if that changed. Yeah, something happens to my son, it becomes everyone's issue. I will make it everyone's issue is what I'm trying to say. That is like Denzel Washington got nothing on me, man on fire kind of stuff right there. I will make it everyone's issue. He's binging a lot of stuff. He's currently binging Star Wars. He did more Marvel stuff, and I haven't watched Black Panther with him yet. It's one of the Marvel movies that I want him watching with me. Yeah. I know I should watch it with you. It's a good movie. I actually do have to stream. Are you just listening? I am. Yeah, I am very loud. Did you put your stuff in the washing machine? Okay, cool. So yeah, he's been good. One or two what? Oh, the first Black Panther. It's okay. Unlike a lot of like superhero movies, Black Panther actually has some very, very heavy, realistic topics. Like, it doesn't shy away from things that are just
Some kind of.
I don't put Black Panther in the category of superhero movie. I just don't. Black Panther is more like
It's the lake.
number one at least. Black Panther is a movie that has superhero like superhuman elements to it. It's not a superhero movie. That's just my opinion of like. Oh, Rowan. People said hi. It's what Mary said hi. Robert said hi. Fire said hi. Some other people will say hi as soon as I start playing the game, but I won't be able to call you. I just wanted to tell you. People said hi because I was talking. Okay, I'm back at it. Oh, Stacy said hi. Okay. But like Black Panther is definitely a movie that is it's basically I just can't be like go be free watch this without any oversight. Like that would be extremely irresponsible. I can't do that. I mean, it's not like other movies of the sort haven't brought up a lot of the topic. It's just not this. It's not the Black Panther is just not the same. I was still at the batting cages. I saw batting cages. I was about to say I was still at the batting cages not feeling well. I was doing my best to do everything I could. God, did the batting cages hurt for a little bit there. I'm glad he is. He was extremely sick while filming everything and still powered through. He that was great. How did you hear that 91? Oh yeah, I'm glad he is. He should be.
I've got something new for you, mate.
He definitely earned it.
I'll buy almost perfect.
That should be enough for the thing. Get your knife, go away. No one wants you.
Ruby's all right, thank you. I knew I could count on you. Got a selection of good things on sale.
Case upgrade. It's.
You'll get some bang for your buck. A decent size.
But if I keep.
Size ain't everything.
Shut up about size not being everything. If I keep giving in to buying other things, I won't buy these things, which are the things I really want, which is...
Your weapons are in
I'll tell you what I
good
want, what I
hands,
really want.
I'll see you right.
Shoot. Rate of fire. Alright,
There you
go!
come back anytime.
I got some spinels. I need to be faster at this section because I don't have a need to go get the most money in the world. I've got infinite ammo. No merchant run? Have I done that on the... I don't think I've done that on stream. I've done the no merchant run, I believe, on my PC, not on here. when I realized that getting the, like I've said it before, when I realized getting the extras, like the bonus, like the extended treasure map and everything, actually gave you a huge advantage in this game, I had to start playing it on a different platform so I didn't have the advantages. Because that's not okay. I would never, ever, ever have gotten the, like, pre-ordered and gotten the whatever version had I known that was going to be a thing. Just wouldn't have done it. Nope. Blow him up, thank you. Thank you. Hi. No.
Next.
Drop your thing. Thank you. Stop being so fire now. Thank you. Dude, that was fire. Wait. Is it bad that I pictured you singing Spice Girls with the tassels on? Stacy, why? Doing good. At least I'm glad to see you again. Looking forward to rambles. Sirkins, I mean, they're incoming. Makes it hard to do the Everman strats. It does. Yeah, it's just stupid. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? Kale, I'm glad you're picturing it. I'm not. Stacy, why your brain? We know where the gutter is today. Extended treasure map is the Lemmy of the game. This time, I agree. I do have to qualify that in this case, I am agreeing. Because if I put that as a... if I put that as a too generalized statement, pretty sure that'll just be clipped and used from here on out. I'm not necessarily judging. I forgot the puzzle. One of them is da-da-da. The other is da-da-da. Okay. That hurt doing that. No, don't take it out of context. Are they growling or coming for me? Shoot. Am I actually gonna have to go look up, like, go look for what they are? Son of a. It's been that long. Which is not good. Okay, it's that face. Stop. And it's what? Oh, come on. I pulled this. It has been a long time. Hey, Christian, what's going on? Okay. It's this stupid smiling looking one. And it is the 3 waves, and then I'll figure out the other one. I don't know. Oh, it's the up down stupid smiley looking one. I think it's the 3 waves. The stupid smiley looking one, up down waves. It is it not? Is it another one? Is it not that? Is it? There we go. It's been a while. Yeah, it's a new shield. I need to make those shields look even spicier. Is spicier the correct word for that? spicier. Arrivederci or whatever. I didn't shoot down the daggum amulet thing. I forgot. When I was up on the bridge. Up on the bridge downtown. Okay, I forgot to shoot this thing. I forgot. Can you shoot it from down here? Yeah, buddy! I learned a new thing. I never want RE1 to be remade, really. RE5 will be remade. RE9 is in the works, and it has been in the works, so. I just don't want people to complain when they don't like do every square inch of RE1 again. Like exactly, it's just not what I want. Because RE1 has a remake that's amazing, and it's a really resource intensive, and people would expect basically for them to recreate it again inch for inch for the Spencer Mansion. And to those people, I'd say, do you not get the fucking point of remakes? I don't understand people. I really don't want to go on that tangent tonight. I do not understand why people want the exact same game again, just newer and flashier. That is the whole syndrome of like people getting a 2024 car because it's barely newer, flashier, when the other one that they could get an equivalent of like a 2022, they can afford a nicer car. It's got 10,000 miles on it. They look the exact same, but the other one's it looks a bit better. What it's got that shine from the fact, well, you drive it off the lot, you just lost money. It doesn't matter. Why do you get, I don't know what tangent to even go on this time. It's stupid. We already got a good game. I don't want people to complain that they didn't get the exact layout of every part of the Spencer Mansion. Not correct, blah, blah, blah. Just shut it. It doesn't have to be that way. We're a bunch of spoiled brats. The whole lot of us. Put myself in there too. Resident Evil 1 already has a remake, and it's awesome. I played it on the channel. I have a whole playlist for Resident Evil 1 Remake. I love it. I love it when I'm playing as Jill. If you want to see me screw up royally at a game, ask me to play that as Chris. And then you can see that maybe you son of a mother looking. You going to the dealer tomorrow? Drug dealer? Why? Don't do it. Don't fall into that life. Stacy, no. Oh, car. It's like, stop the stream. We have to have an intervention. It's not that I like baby mode. He laid a chicken egg right there. It's that... It's not that I like baby mode. Insert bullshit excuse here. Oh, that is not a fish. That is a log. That's a fish. You know when you mistook that fish that one time for a log? Yeah, me too. No, you're in a car accident? Are you alright? Well, I mean, you're getting a new car and you're here and talking, so at least there's that. Jill gets the lockpick and 2 extra inventory spots and all that stuff. Whatever. Yeah, Jill's easy mode. I did not know Jill was particularly easy mode. I just know don't open that door. Hey, Dark King, what's going on? And it's been 2 months since you looked at me. Well, actually, that is a random fact, isn't it? It can be a long while since I've seen you guys, but you could have seen me already. I have forgotten your puzzle. There we go. I don't see King Skittles gaming. I see King Scotty's gaming. Like it's like you're trying to be a king from Scotland that's gaming. I just want to say that in the background that my head keeps not seeing, since I don't see the K for Skittles. My brain just keeps making that up. I'm good. My car is getting repaired, but I've been reflecting and realized I'm living outside of my means, so I'm getting an older car. Yeah, cars are meant for transportation. Hey, I don't buy anywhere close to new. I buy functional, and the last car I bought was the key I've got is manual transmission that I was able to haggle them down on because it's a manual, and people can't drive manuals. So my whole selling point to them was sell me the car or wait for another person who wants to drive a freaking shoe and also knows how to drive a manual. And so that discussion went in my favor really fast of being able to talk them down a bit on the price. Because, yeah, you got to find another person who wants to drive a shoe. And they got to drive a manual. My Honda Civic, that one wasn't actually mine. Was that a shared vehicle? Whoever's vehicle that was. Honda Civic and Toyota Corolla, that and my Ford Taurus. Those three cars are the ones in contention for which ones did I run into the ground, and which ones resisted me running them into the. Why did I insert it? Why did I start this puzzle? We get stuck here so often. Hold on, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I have to think. Everyone shut up. I can do this. I can do this. Hold on. It's possible. It's possible I could okay. If I logically look at what's going on, I feel like I've already screwed up. If I logically look at what's going on, yeah, I didn't screw it up. I always screw it up. I didn't screw it up. I didn't screw it up. I actually looked at it with a critical eye. I feel accomplished. I know there's probably a pattern that could be like, well, you always do it this way. And to that I say, who do you do you see a notebook in front of me? I don't know what a pattern even is. People who think that I have my life so together that I remember those things. I don't oversell me. Is that the right term? Whatever. We'll go for that. Lunker. Gold egg. I only need the one gold egg. There we go.
This is what I'm talking about.
This is what he was talking about. Yeah. All right. Just repair this.
Good luck to you, stranger.
Hey, Linkset, what's going on? It's been a long time no see. I've been longing time and not seeing. Hello.
Molding a weapon to suit your
we don't
see how that
why is that wheel gotta come up? Why did I know the wheel would come up? Why is that gotta come up? Why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that? Oh, wait. You had every opportunity to never, and then you did. I forgot to get the heads and get the key for the church again. This is possibly now making it every time I've streamed this game I have forgotten to do that. I think that makes it now every time I've streamed this game I've forgotten to do it. I don't know if there's an exception to that. There are times where I've died and remembered to do it the second time, but I think every time I've streamed this game, I've forgotten to get the head. Stacy, what are you doing? Why do we gotta talk about the wheel? Why do we gotta talk about magnums? I'm trying my best to recover. I'll delve into that soon, I guess, after I get to another. I figured that people who just don't care about me would have like petered off within like 2 hours into the stream or so. So like they hear me talking, they're like, I don't care about this guy. And so I figured in my head, if I waited until later in the stream to actually say an actual update, then there's people who actually wanted to hear it, and anyone who actually just wanted to see the game, they're like, "Oh, look, it's the game." And then he was playing the game, and then I played it, and they got what they wanted. That was my thinking. Do you like my thought process? Thank you, Go Hard. Oh, you don't have to apologize for being inactive in the chat. People got things going on. Well, you'll see as soon as I start explaining, the viewership will drop immediately. As soon as I start explaining, wait for the one person that goes, just play the game. Because any one of my mods can tell you, there's always the one person or two that's just like, just play the game. They don't care if like I'm like, today I'm actually on life support and I will die in the morning. I could be saying that and be quite serious, and there would be someone in the background being like, when is he gonna play? It happens every time. Don't worry about it. That's what I'm kind of avoiding by waiting. So just people are like, not a mod can confirm. You got worms like a dog. Ow! You can't dodge that. He just hits you and then it hurts. I didn't learn my lesson the first time. And thus I got hit again. This is why you need the rifle. Thank you, puppers.
It's that dog.
Oh. I should have just meleeed it. Sachi, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh. No, 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 no. Wait. Snake.
Shit, that was close.
Stop picking that up. Wow, I really just needed the rifle for this instead of doing it this way. I really should have just... I mean, I really should have just done the rifle.
That's what I'm talking about. Good boy.
You did not miss the health update. I just haven't given it yet. Did he hurt the dog? He has to die now. As if it wasn't already out. Ow! That hurt. I'm blowing through everything. Who cares? This is not the way to beat him. Don't do this. Just gonna melee him. Don't do what I'm doing. You need the rifle for this. I should have bought the rifle. And upgraded it.
Shit.
Just like in the original, the rifle does more damage to him. There we go.
God damn.
In case you didn't know.
That was almost a pancake.
Because yes,
Okay.
I do take notes on things and still figured that one out pretty fast. Actually, to figure that one out was a little trickier. I went back to when I played the game straight through and remembered some things about the original game. In boss fights. Good boy.
Thanks, bud.
So, and that's true in the original also. The rifle does a lot more damage. Wait, what did Stacy say? I think it's paused. Did I not? Did it not play a super chat? What's going on? I've been taking. One could say you just got rammed. I paused the game and was just like, no. Something was a good one of something. I gotta read this. And and then that. And I'm thinking, that's the kind of joke I make to you guys. I'm a giver. I like to give you the business end of the bad jokes. But you guys all feel better about every joke you make. By how oh, did I do too soon? Ah! Screwed it up. Get down. Well, I screwed it up, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. This joke was fun. Oh, shut it, GJD.
Ashley Graham, I'm here to help.
Cue the high backs. This is not the Everyman's Guide. This is me just being a human being that's been gone for 2 months from being able to be live for anything. And I'm back, but that does not make me healthy. But I'm a different health condition than I was before, and it's the one that can let me do more things, so I'm getting on top of doing things. There's no daddy command. Is there a daddy command? I hope I never made a daddy command. There's no daddy command, right? I have a daddy button. Yeah, little boy? Yeah. What would the daddy command say? Okay, so what would it... I have the daddy. Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy. I have the daddy bomb. It's like a dirty bomb, but it says daddy. Like, I don't... What would the command be? No. GJD. I can't even vote that one out of existence. Some of us are far too old for a daddy command. See, exactly. Right? I don't even know what the command would say. Maybe it should be factual, like he is actually a dad. he
Ashley,
has a child.
you in there? Ashley.
Random dad joke? That's right. It was meant for streamers. Wait, Rowan, your contribution is needed. The dad joke button. It's stream time. So for Father's Day, I got another really nice thing, and then I got this. Thank you, little boy. I got this. It's a button, and you press it, and it says a random dad joke, and so there it is. And
did you know that 97% of the world is stupid? Luckily, I'm the other 5%.
so I have that. Don't say yes, Gloria. No. 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 No.
What do you call a fat psychic? A fortune teller.
Oh, wrong controller. No. No. Don't say it's so bad, but it's so good. Don't need bedroom talk to come out into this. Every joke I say is a dad joke, though. No, there's no daddy command. What would the daddy command say? What would we even put on it? Like, what would we do? What would I could type a command, but what would it say? Like, he has a child. He has what, like, or would it be like for all the thirst? What is it, a thirst quencher or a fact checker? Which one? No, it's, well, I mean, I can't just make it say a random dad joke. How many subs for the dad jokes? I can't. The daddy command wouldn't be a random joke. I can't. I'm not gonna program that right now. I mean, that's possible to do, but I'm not doing it. But I'd have to like go through find a whole list of dad jokes and program it in. Pause game, hit dad joke box. I mean, that's what I already just did.
Want to hear a joke about paper? Ah, never mind. It's terrible.
It's Alex life. Well, thank you for being here. I am a father, chat. Don't dad jokes for life.
All right.
No.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Money SPB. Money SPB. Yeah, he's cussing at me. But whatever. I'm making a lot of racket. She's wearing armor, so it's not like they don't hear her clanking around. Are you kidding? There you go.
Get the ladder.
Okay.
I don't actually know that many dad jokes. I just tell jokes and I'm a dad. I don't peruse the dad joke territory really. Even though some people will be like, well, you're a natural or something like that. I don't know. I should have, you know what? Instead of actually preparing things like a crib and like taking parenting classes and stuff like that, I should have been going online and learning more better dad jokes.
Thanks.
I know where I went wrong. Ashley's armor was allowed at the very beginning. It was said to be allowed. Ashley's armor is fine. Don't worry about Ashley's armor. Everyone said Ashley's armor is fine.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Okay.
I pull out the jokes, but that's not how I made Rowan. You can't pull out of anything with that.
They're coming. Get behind me.
Oh God! What is wrong with these people?
They thirsty. Hey, what's going on, lead dropster? Oh, shut up. You're fine. Where is she? Alright, there she is. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I'm fine.
Got some new wares, stranger. You're welcome.
Alright, sell some things.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets.
Still
Can I get a
loud
5
for
in the
me.
fishnets?
Do you much good in
Can I get a
the
5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
The man, the myth. What's up, gamer?
A deal well
What
struck.
is going up, down, left,
Got a
right,
selection
BA,
of good
select, start?
things
I
on
don't.
sale,
My brain
All
checked
my
out in the
wares
middle
are
of
in
while I was
tip-top
speaking.
shape.
I swear. Thank you so much. I swear
Good as new.
I want to make more jokes, but I know I shouldn't.
Anything come back
Alright.
anytime.
Me and this weapon. Oh yeah, Savage Mutt.
Hey, can we take a break?
Shut up, Ashley. We can't take a
we need to
break.
keep moving.
We have to keep moving.
Got it.
Yeah, I hope you got it. Did you really get it? I hope you got it. Good. Got it good.
Flanagan was right about the weather.
And talking about the weather. I used to watch my brother play a lot of fighting games. I watched him play Street Fighter. He has a giant joystick, everything but big buttons. He had the whole shebang of his whole professional everything. I say professional. He liked being competitive with fighting games. More jokes needed.
My wife screamed, "You haven't listened to a single word I've said, have you?" What a weird way to start a conversation.
There you go. Hey, Italian. I've been very bad, but I'm getting better, and I've been many times just on a couch lying down. Or I'm not walking with a cane now. Though I have been told I should probably still walk with it because it's not like I'm doing well without it. No daddy command. Oh, what a bunch of bull. You know what? Dealing with it now. On my terms. Here's your warning. Whoa! I really thought I'd make it. The whole thing I just did right there, my tactic was predicting the idea that I'd make it to the well and jump down. That didn't happen. Hopefully some of them are keeping... Oh, that's Ashley. I shot her. Don't shoot Ashley. Here, when you're trying to save someone, you shouldn't shoot them. You don't understand. I shot you to save you. Save you from yourself. If it were Ashley 1.0, I would say I shot you to save you. And it would be truthful. This Ashley...
Ashley, are you alright?
Yeah, thanks.
This Ashley...
Come on.
Okay.
Not the same. Yeah, she's just clanking around.
I need you to open it from the other side.
What's the cane for? I had a non-workable leg, and I'm making it work, but it doesn't mean it's working too well.
It's open.
I had a goal that this would be the week that I'd be trying to run again, and I have not gotten out with my son yet to run. So I got to keep that promise. I got tomorrow and the next day. Oh boy. Let's go. Let's do it. I'ma do it. Oh boy. I'll tell you what. I'm scared about that one actually. No, I would have no. The thing that was keeping me from that is the not one but 2 kidney stones and then other problems and herniations. I need to go back to swimming. I would like to swim. Hey David, what's going on? Glad to see you back again. I'm glad people showed back up. As the numbers dwindle down, I shall give the update soon. For I believe we have hit the 2-hour mark. Oh yeah, I have to. In the next 2 streams I do, I'm gonna allow YouTube to do its whole thing of like the automatic ads because it's really pushing me to do that. But right now I have to hit the button. I actually have to hit a button. Plyometrics. God, no, not right now. Thank you for the continued support, David. GJD, I appreciate. Sup. Just give this up. I see sup and I immediately think of just like that quick flip of the head right there. Just
Okay.
like GJD, I imagine that you had to have just like give me one of those when you said that. Yeah, I have to pay bills. Yeah, that's true. Sadly, some of those bills are getting a little ridiculous. I got a weird amalgam. I hope you guys don't see the inside of my mouth. There's a weird amalgamation of things inside of my mouth right now to make it still working. And I have been trying to not show... if my face looks fatter, it is swollen. Because, yeah. For anyone who's had a root canal, all the things that happen for a root canal, I did that yesterday. That's the pulpectomy. And instead of actually having the crown or anything else put on top of it, it's got basically something that will last 3 to 6 months until I can have the very tip of it that's being burned off by a what is that solution? Because I know that dentists have used it for a long time, and you learn in chemistry and then you learn in med school that actually cavities can be filled with it if the cavity, not just tooth cavity, but cavities can be filled with because is it calcium peroxide or hydroxide? Because calcium, to actually be reactive to actually calcify and create an issue in a cavity like that, would have to have access to oxygen, and if you use an agent that would block its access to oxygen, it can't actually react, and it stays there, and it acts as an antibacterial and antiviral, and so you can put it in something temporary, cover it up, and you guarantee that there can be no decay, rot. It doesn't help hurt things that are structured like bone. It won't calcify, but it also will finish killing off whatever. I can't remember what it's called. Is it time that I actually give the actual health update? Because enough people dropped off. Okay, I'll actually say what's going on with me health wise. Because I need to use the bathroom too. So yeah, speaking of which, the teeth breaking. I've got 4 that I broke over pain. One of them was painful enough that yesterday I kind of broke down. For anyone here take enough anatomy to know if I bring up oh my god. Geminal your V1 through V5 demarcations of the nerve, the tangential, is that the nerve? It starts with a T, it ends with geminal. Oh my god, that nerve. Anyway, so yesterday, I had to get worked into the dentist out of nowhere because 2 nights ago I did try to eat something solid, and I was avoiding the teeth that I've broken because I've broken most of them while in my sleep in pain. And even if I've worn a mouth guard, I've chewed through the mouth guards. So that's been a lot of pain that I've been in for a while. Trigeminal, thank you. And so there's a whole nerve group that actually you can think of it extending. It branches off, and there's a lot of different nerves that go through, blah, 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 blah. But this particular nerve group, actually, you can just think of it starting right near the eyes, and the 5 branches that come off stop at down here near the lymph nodes. And you got basically V1, I think V2 is the one that's going to come over here, V3, V4, V5, right? Okay, so trying to remember all anatomy. I've actually been damaged that nerve before and know what that pain feels like. So lo and behold, my surprise that when trying to eat a solid, something touching that tooth, I should have felt like, if anything, in that broken tooth, jaw pain from hitting that nerve. Nope. Instead, I lost my eyesight, lost my hearing in my left ear, except for a buzzing sound. Felt like my face was being ripped off. And instead of it being a burst of pain, it was a burst, and then the burst stayed for like a minute or two while I got my bearings on a wall, and then it just stayed. It wouldn't go away. And so yesterday, I finally broke down, and I was trying to put off bills for the teeth I've broken, but realizing that I've actually didn't hit the major nerve group that just normally runs there. I actually hit the nerve that would actually trigger the trigeminal. And by the way, there's a recurring disorder that has to do with the trigeminal nerve, that it flares up, and we don't know what causes it, but we do know one of the root causes that could possibly cause it, the disorder, for it to randomly, sporadically, without any warning, flare up, is by actually causing it pain on a regular basis of something else, and then it just will shoot off for the rest of your life type deal. We don't know what kind of causes it. We don't know how to fix it. We know it's just a medical thing. I forgot that too. Don't ask me for all the medical terminology in the world right now because my brain is kind of shot. Yeah, it was two nights, like, so 48 hours ago from now, I was just in a lot of pain. Tried to get to sleep. It had been a week of pain from just my face alone. Not being able to sleep. And then I had an appointment for like July 14th, and I was thinking maybe I'll be able to get paid enough to be able to do something. And I broke down and like told him I had to get in now. So I had that done yesterday. I think that's the correct timeline. So I had that done yesterday. I know it was done yesterday. That's the part. They asked me if I could be there like noon. Because it hurt that bad. Maybe it was 72 hours ago that happened. It's just a whole cascade of everything was pain until yesterday toward noon. And then the pain is gone, and now I'm like in my thinking mind again. So that's just one part of it. I've in total, from grinding my teeth from the rest of the pain I've been in, I've broken 4. That one was the worst of them, paired with the one behind your cane on the back right. I broke that one also basically in half. This one was broken the back left in half, but it was a clean break that doesn't have decay on it. It's basically can be like the dentist already looked at it and said it can be filled. As long as I take care of it within 6 months, it can just be they can rebuild it from what it needs to be. They can make it usable. They don't have to extract that one. This one was causing so much pain, and I realized that the consequences of not treating it. Pulpectomy. So that's basically a root canal. And it's basically something to hold you over until you have the money or the resources or whatever. And sometimes it's done to keep people out of pain, but many times if you're on that route, you just need to yank it. But it's a molar. I need it to be able to chew if I ever really get to eat food consistently. So that was just in the past 36 hours. That's been the fun I've had. That's why my face is swollen. But the real health up. So last time I left you guys off, I was walking with a cane because I was passing kidney stone for a little too long. Since that 2 months, it was more or less confirmed that I did not pass a kidney stone. I passed 2 kidney stones. Both that I had a 3 to 4 millimeter, 6 millimeter, 10 millimeter, all sitting there ready to go, and the 3 to 4 millimeter was already going. Why did it take so long? Well, at the same time, the day before Thanksgiving, for people who remember way back then, I invited my parents over. We had a Thanksgiving dinner. I took my son to the grocery store before it closed for Thanksgiving and all that stuff, because we need a few things for the day after. The grocery cart hit my stomach. I looked down and realized there's a golf ball size protrusion from my stomach, and I looked dead at my son and said, we might need to go to the emergency room. Told him to stay calm, but we might need to go to the emergency room. I'm sure that Rowan would tell you that's probably one of the more traumatic things that's ever happened to him in his life, when his dad tells him that we have to probably go to the emergency room, and it's because of this big bulging thing coming out of his stomach. I don't have just one abdominal herniation. I've got 3, but one is actually a perforation where it actually went all the way through the abdominal wall. So yay, my guts actually can spill to the outside given the chance, which is always a fun thing. And that was causing the majority of the pain at first. But then the kidney stones came into play, and that's what made the pain even worse. And that you guys were here for that. And then the kidney stones seemed to not being passed longer and longer. And it made my right leg go into fire and my right side go into fire. And then it just went numb, and then I really couldn't work with it. So I was trying to use a cane or a walking stick. Now that I've been gone for 2 months, the kidney stones have for sure passed. So that is now twice in my life I've had to pass a 6 millimeter kidney stone. I'm going to tell you right now, for anyone who's had them and knows that kidney stones are usually equated to being more painful than childbirth, I'm going to tell you that the pain that was caused right here in my face that I just had fixed yesterday, actually, I would take the kidney stone. I would take having to start passing, maybe not the 6 millimeter, but I'd take having to start passing the kidney stone again than to face that on any sort of regular basis. That scared the shit out of me, because all I kept thinking was one wrong move of sucking on an airhead or doing something in the car while I'm driving with my son, and I lose my eye, I lose my hearing, I have my face feeling like it's ripped off. I'm in enough pain that I can't concentrate or do anything. When you talk about direct nerve pain and not referred pain or anything like that, there's not really many tricks in the book of being able to avoid that. So I'm really, really good with pain. I have a very high pain tolerance. You cannot touch major nerve groups and then say you have a high pain tolerance. It will just do what it's going to do. And your pain tolerance can increase by having to deal with it for longer. So my brother, he died from the tumor on his pituitary. It wasn't cancerous, but the biggest pain he had to deal with for 6 years straight was the tumor was rubbing up against his optic nerve. That bundle of nerves is extremely sensitive. So doctors have over and over said the pain he was in for, yes, that's what it can lead to. Trigeminal neuralgia. Yeah, I'm not trying to pronounce the rest of that. Yes, that's what I was afraid of not treating it, because I wanted to trigger. We don't know what really causes it, but triggering that to happen, that nerve group to just fire off, I didn't want to risk it. So I was like, so I had to dump $600 yesterday. That was fun. I didn't have the money, but I did it anyway because I was afraid. Yeah, my brother's, because of that optic nerve bundle being rubbed up against by a tumor, they equated it to much more painful to even being burned to death. And when I told that to my son once, he actually pointed out that when you're burned to death, the nerves are actually burned eventually. So eventually the pain should go away while you're in the places you're being burned to death for, which is ironically something a smidgen equatable to what Dr. Barnett told my brother at one point of what he was going through, and why it's more equatable to the pain my brother went through is kind of up there with some of the most painful things a person could deal with. Except for he had it 24/7 for 6 years straight. My brother really had to go through a lot. So I feel like it was saying that this sent me immediately somewhere. To give myself a little credit, he was on morphine and Oxycontin, I think, and something else, all at the same time to try to treat it because it was that painful. So anyway, the kidney stones have passed. And since I made a promise to my son that I would try to jog during the time that he's with me a bit more extended for this past weekend, that I would try to go on a jog with him again. I've been trying to walk without a cane because now that the kidney stones are gone, I'm back to just base pain of the abdominal herniation still hurts and it still needs surgery. I'm back to that as being the lower parts. And now that the kidney stones are gone, it's not just like numb. That's the problem. It was so much pain that it was just going numb. And when it would come out of numb, it would be excruciatingly painful. But I was walking with a cane or a walking stick. I was trying my best to keep it just as on the down low as possible. And now I've just kind of tossed that aside. I haven't been walking with that for 2 weeks. I've been trying to do without. I mean, there's been a time or two that I had to pick it up and I've been tripping all over the house. I have lost my balance quite a few times trying to like just suck it up type deal, and it didn't work out in my favor. But it now feels more like rehab than anything else because it just hurts so bad to walk on it. So that part got better. So there's that. And I guess I now have to work on the broken teeth since the pain is actually getting better. There are 3 more, like I will be having this tooth fixed. They quoted me another $750 I have to drop for this one, most likely, to fix the one that's in the bottom left that is also half the tooth is gone and you can just literally see the pulp. I broke it badly. Up here, if you could see, it looks like someone put like white Play-Doh because it's a temporary filling. He thinks he can actually save this one without a root canal. That one can just, the one I broke in the back, it was so cleanly broken that it could be built up. And there's one that actually can wait a little longer. Like I got like 6 months to a year to fill it. So I've got those to deal with. The actual reason I stopped streaming is because there's another problem that popped up, which is there's something wrong with my throat. And I was actually hinting that there was another problem before I took a 2-month break. I was hinting that there was another problem I didn't want to talk about. I might have mentioned it once at all, but because all the prospects of what was going on kind of were scaring me, and then I've been gone. Because, like I'm doing tonight, I'm trying to see how far I can go before my throat will again start bleeding from me talking too much. The more I talk, the closer it gets to rubbing something in my throat that is there that will just start bleeding, and I'll taste the blood and iron and everything in the back of my throat, and I'll know I've done it again. 2 months ago, I had no idea what it was, and I had no idea. And the best case scenario for me was honestly told to me with no other information. Your best case scenario is just your having a growth, a goiter, having your oh my god, I just forgot that the butterfly shaped gland you have right there. My brain is shot. But having that partially removed because it's cancer, or fully removed and having to do treatments, my brain really is shot because I've had to also during that uh, you should qualify for my medical bills to not exist. Most of them, thank you, thyroid. Jesus Christ. Medical bills can all not exist. There's my health insurance is actually covering it. This like I thought it would. My dental insurance, on the other hand, is not. So all of my dental comes out of pocket still because dental insurance in America is a joke. Your teeth are bones. They should be under ortho. They're not. This it's a racket they're running. It's stupid. What am I gonna do about it? I paid $0 for the procedure I just had done. I had a barium swallow with scope and everything. There's a special way of doing a barium swallow that they try to get images from inside and out, and part of it makes you feel like you're kind of drowning while you're, you know, standing there alive. So you can have a normal barium swallow pill, or the barium swallow with the imaging that makes you feel they can't numb it. You feel like you're just choking. The results for that are back in, and there is something in my throat. There is something pushing against my throat that is causing this. They don't know if it's my thyroid that's enlarged. They don't know if it's a goiter. They don't know if it's... There is something in my throat that is constricting my ability to speak and breathe. And so... With that said, though, it's small enough that it's doubtful that it is... So now I have better answers for people. It's doubtful that it is something like life-threatening. It could be life-altering still, but life-threatening is probably off the table. If it were like a thyroid cancer type deal, then it shouldn't have looked the way it did on imaging. But in imaging, it did show something is in my throat. And there is a long shot of something else that is a condition of where your esophageal sphincter will just tighten for no reason and stay tightened. Many times that's caused by stress and anxiety. And if they can't find everything else, that's the thing they have to go to until they test me the rest of everything else. They already told me that it is possible what they saw was one of the esophageal sphincters tightening, and there's nothing. We also don't know what causes that disorder. Other than being under constant anxiety and stress for years can cause parts of your throat to permanently tighten or to reflexively tighten without your control over and over. There's nothing to do about it. There are shots you can get that can help relax the throat. They put you in anti-anxiety medicine. They just say, good luck. You're just going to feel like you have something stuck in your throat at all times. So... Yeah, it feels like an alert. I saw an allergic reaction. It feels like, yeah, I'm allergic to bees. It feels like when my throat started closing up because I got stung by like 3 or 4 bees while mowing a lawn, and I didn't know I was allergic. My leg was swollen to like the size of a tree trunk, and then I had to go to the emergency room finally because I realized it was hard to swallow any liquid, any water. It's hard for me to swallow anything right now still. It gets in the way. Every swallow I take, I'm reminded something is there. I get scoped next month, and they're scoping both ends because they're afraid that there is possibly another issue that came up. I'm still bleeding on the inside. Somehow, for some reason, somewhere in my digestive tract that is not my stomach, I am bleeding. It's not enough to cause me to immediately be in the emergency room, but something else came up. So yeah, it's just a cluster. I am better in some ways, and in others, what are you gonna do? It's really at this point, it feels stupid how many things are wrong. It just feels stupid. So yes, the kidney stones have passed. I'm getting better about using my leg. The tooth of mine that I broke because of the pain from the kidney stones and the abdominal herniation, the worst of it had a pulpectomy, which is basically he already did the root canal, and that's why my face is so yellow, boy. Take the bug spray. You know where the bug spray is? It's by the door, I think, or under the sink. Put a line of bug spray right at the oven on the kitchen floor. And just leave it be. You won't be able to come back out. And I'll deal with it after. No, it's a, you'll see what kind of spray. Be very careful. Stand a little bit back from it. It's more of a spray that can splash. It's not like a poof, like a aerosolized spray. It's more like a stream of liquid. Put it all the way on the edge at the bottom. He won't try to crawl up the back because I already put poison there. The back of the oven, when I do the all of my pesticide, everything, he won't be able to come back out. So if there's a spider right there, just do that and you can leave it be. The bug spray is under the sink in the kitchen or near the front door because I was using it outside. One of the two. It's a black and red can. So anyway, yeah, brushing teeth is a big deal. Like keeping tooth health. Let me get it straight. It's not that I wasn't keeping my teeth healthy. I do have celiac disease, which does damage the enamel of your teeth over time, which explains a lot. Because I wasn't, eating a gluten-free diet for a very long time because I did not know I had celiac. That was something I discovered in 2018. There's always been that, but the teeth I broke were straight up broken from, by December, I had broken the tooth that just got fixed and the bottom one from grinding in pain in my sleep. I woke up both times with spitting out pieces of my tooth from having ground them in. I tried to wear a mouth guard. I fell asleep in the office one night, and it was toward February that I broke this one cleanly. And then another one broke towards March. Anyway, I'm being scoped because, yes, there's still blood somewhere in my intestines. And it's not... The bleeding stopped. I already got spot treatment for that. Yeah? Yeah. So yeah, I'm still on the road to recovery. It's still my goal this year to max out my insurance. I only have to pay $3,000 out of pocket. And I would like whatever's going on in my GI tract that's making me bleed. Surgery on that, surgery on this, surgery on my abdominal herniation and get that closed up. I need to do it all in the 2023 year. I already saved up for all that. To fix my full mouth of all 4 teeth that I broke from the pain I was in was already quoted at costing me close to $6,000 or $7,000. Dental work is no joke of how much it costs. Because while this one might be savable, this one is already, I've already put $1,000 toward this one. That last visit was just under $700, with all the X-rays being $500 and then something else. So yeah, just about $1,000 for this one, and it's not finished because it needs to be drilled the rest of the way, and then you got to put the crown on that one. That one alone will cost closer to $2,000 or $3,000. This one will cost about $1,000. The back one will only cost a few hundred, and the other one might be a few hundred. But that's assuming that this one has no complications. If it needs a root canal, just mark that one up to $2,000 to $3,000. So I did not expect all the bills from fixing my teeth that I broke while grinding in pain to be a deal, but that's the thing. And I didn't expect the idea that I would randomly continue to bleed for no good reason, even to now. Like, I did not expect that. So that's the best health update I can get. I don't know what to make of that because some things are better. Kidney stones suck. Hitting that trigeminal nerve and having my whole, losing my eyesight scared me to no end. I cannot tell you how scared I was for the idea that I could get in a car, be driving somewhere with my son, and get in a car wreck that cost me my son because I'm blinded by a nerve getting whatever. So that's at least fixed. I don't have to worry about that. My leg is, since the kidney stones aren't an issue anymore, I'm back to the idea of I'm successfully walking without the cane. It's just hurting. And I really am going to push myself. Now I have contingencies that if I fall on the side of the road that maybe someone can come get me and drive me back home type deal. My son and I, things like that. But I do want to try to see if I can force myself to get through the pain. Because the way I've always dealt with pain that is like referred pain, stuff like that, As long as it's not damaging my body more, if I can push myself to actually be forced into that pain and I can handle that, everything else feels like it's not as bad. There's a few schools of thought of how to deal with pain. I would suggest you talk to your doctor before trying something like I'm doing, but it is what's worked for me in the past, that things that would be considered not, like things especially that are referred pain and you're not doing more damage to yourself. Me pushing myself to actually get pushed past the pain, even if the pain will be constant, if I push myself to the limit of what the pain will cause, it's almost like I can mentally prepare myself. It is really like I'm mentally preparing myself to just be able to handle it on a consistent basis. So my goal of running with my son is still a real thing. So yeah, I don't have kidney stones. I don't have a UTI infection. That was cleared up with antibiotics from the kidney stones. I don't have that tooth, you know, causing constant pain in my face. This one's still causing it, but that one was the worst one. What else got fixed for good news? Kidney stones gone. I'm not using a cane to walk. I might even run. And the worst of my mouth pain from teeth I broke from being in pain is gone. So those are the good ones. I have to get scoped in I think it's July 14th. I have to show up and pay for this tooth. That's going to be completely out of pocket. It's right around middle of next month. So in about 2 weeks, I'm going to get scoped from both ends. So when they scope me, they will be able to have a clear, unlike the barium swallow, they'll have a clear, very, very clear image of what is in my throat from you know, the internal esophageal side. They'll see if there's something right there. So if it's a goiter that's actually causing a lot of issues, they'll be able to image it right then and there. I doubt they're gonna let me be awake for that. I've been awake for being scoped once. I'm fascinated by those things. I know it is the feeling of choking, but they're gonna numb it. I want to be awake for it. When I was 16, I got scoped and I was awake for it. They scoped me all the way to my small intestines and I was awake for the whole procedure. They brought a second monitor for me to watch it because I wanted to see my own insides. Yeah, I was a weird 16-year-old. I was around 16 when that happened. Yeah. 16, 17, that's when the bleeding stomach ulcer started for me. So I doubt I can get them to do it this time like that because that, I remember that procedure required that they put basically a breathing tube in for me. So they had to trach me and then they had to do that and then doing other stuff. I don't remember everything they did. Now I know they're going through both ends. They're gonna scope me in one procedure, both sides. So I don't think I'll be awake for it, but that's a shame. But I can say with more confidence that now, yes, even since before I took a break, there's been something wrong with my throat. And if I find out it is life-altering, I will let you guys know because it is quite possible it's something that will... One of the things that are on the table is something that would require me to lose my voice. That is, I guess, the scariest of the outcomes for me at this point now, given that the other ones are, after the barium swallow, less likely to be life-threatening. It's less likely that I'm sitting here as a terminal cancer patient, as something that's metastasized or something like that. My blood, they checked my blood, they looked at PSA levels, they looked at all this stuff. It is possible it's still cancer. There's possibilities of a lot of things. But after being able to see that it's not a big growth, it's not something significant, it's not something that basically they didn't see a giant golf ball. They saw something, but they didn't see something that would be anything other than what I basically described, a constant annoyance in my throat. Like something stuck there, like I swallowed wrong, like I swallowed a grape wrong, basically. It feels like I tried to swallow a grape whole and it kind of got stuck, but you can't, it's not down far enough to cough it, but it's rubbing. So I can say more confidently and talk about it that I don't think it's something life-threatening, but it is something that could potentially take away my ability to speak. How high is that likelihood? It's, I guess, low, given that it's still up in the aether about like what it is. It's a bunch of guesswork. But I have already done research about recording my voice and having like a very sophisticated voice program being able to read off a lot of lines before I would ever go through with something to fix it. That if it were something that would take my voice away, I would deal with it. That I would retain my voice by just speaking a lot and digitally keeping my voice. I mean, my career depends on me talking, so that's why it's probably the scariest now of all the options. But why I didn't talk about it 2 months ago, the scariest option was that, yeah, it was something terminal. They were very afraid by the other symptoms that I most likely had thyroid cancer. And among other things that it could be, thyroid cancer is no joke. And if they don't do something about it fast enough and get on top of all of that, if it's thyroid cancer can be solved by taking out part or whole. It could be it could have been a goiter, but they really, from other things that have been, I have too many third variable symptoms. So me talking about 2 months ago, the problem with it was that most all symptoms showed that it would be something life altering or potentially fatal. And I didn't want to talk about it before I took a 2-month hiatus. Now that I have at least a test under my belt that says it's less likely to be fatal, I'm willing to say that, yeah, it's something that could still be life altering, including the idea that I could lose the ability to speak. Or it could just be a constant annoyance for the rest of my life. It could cost me the idea of me trying to do demo reels over and over and trying to land more voice acting parts. It hurts to speak. I have now gone on for 2 hours and 50 minutes, and I have not yet started bleeding in my throat. I mean, I feel it. I can feel a very, very weird, it's a very weird sensation. I know it's ripping up, but it's no more ripping up than like me talking yesterday when I was just talking with like Rowan and, or was it the day before? In the last week when I was just having casual conversations, no worse than that. So there's that. That's good. Any questions? Life can suck sometimes. No spray on camera, because that's the most attractive thing I could do. I don't want to ramble on anymore about that. That's my medical update. I don't think I skipped over anything. I still need surgeries for my herniation, because all 3 need to be patched up, but the one that's completely perforated through needs to really be actually addressed. I've got thousands of dollars of work for my teeth to be fixed from the pain that I caused from breaking them. That's nose spray. Joy's Juice is right next to it. And my throat most likely is not something lethal, but it could be life altering. So there's that. That's the update. With that said, you can see why I'm pushing myself tonight to see how well I can do, because tonight is kind of dictating what I'll do tomorrow and the next day, because this isn't the first time I've tried to have long conversations. And to be honest, I'm actually speaking a bit softer than some of the conversations I've had. I was trying to help out a friend. She's going through, she has a child. She has issues with like the child's father and all this other stuff. And even in speaking to her, in realizing that like at my throat's worst of closing up, it only took about an hour of trying to help her out before it was basically just agonizing pain talking to her. I've tried to talk to friends before and been in pain within 10 to 15 minutes. So I know when it's closed up enough that I can barely speak at all. It's better right now. Then again, I'm a third variable and all of that is if it's any kind of bacterial. So there is a long shot that it is something bacterial still where, so, you know, I've broken so many teeth. Long shots that exist are not only goiters, but things like, where does an abscess for your jaw, if your jaw is infected, drain to? And even though the x-rays the dentist took show that it shouldn't have drained there, it's always possible that an abscess is draining into my throat, and that could be it too. Which means it's drained and it's over. Is it a long shot? Yes. Have I seen cases of that happening? Twice have I, once by proxy of somebody else and once of my own accord seeing it up front. So, I mean, I know that's possible. I don't know what it is. I'll get scoped later. I just hope it's not the whole I lose my voice thing. So yeah, I'm probably going to be ending the stream in about an hour or so that I can actually do tomorrow's stream. I am surprised it's not bleeding yet. I'm severely surprised it's not. And I'm back on a liquid diet. And if Talian's still here, I got more Pro Gym in the mail today, because boy howdy, I've been trying to find any kind of meal replacement stuff, and while I've run out of money for not working 2 months, so I have like $0 to my name type deal. So I had to go for Slim Fast meal replacement shakes. Slim Fast is another racket. It's garbage. If you actually have to take, get all your nutrients from liquids, Slim Fast is not doing it for you. Don't do it long term. Talk to a nutritionalist. Slim Fast is straight up garbage. I have Slim Fast because it was either paying like $1 per meal, or the other stuff that I was using 2 months ago that I ran out of, which is more like it costs $80 a tub, and it's only 20 meals in that, or 22 or 18. It's one of the two. It's 22 or 18, which, as you see, costs more money and racks up. And when you have to do it like twice, 3 times a day, and then I'm still throwing up some shakes that I'm trying to, my stomach isn't receiving everything still. I'm still, on average, 1 out of every 4 shakes I'm drinking, I'm throwing up. And probably 1 out of every 3 times I try out solids, it's still coming up, maybe every other time. I'm still trying to keep solids as much as I can in me. I have to work and I have to do things, and that's the update. Cool. Hey JP, what's going on? I had bone cancer and I came over in my teeth, and I had infected teeth. I had to take antibiotics for over a year, and I got all my teeth removed. That's been when I was talking to them about how bad things were getting because of me breaking teeth, one of the things I'll have to be getting is a mouth guard, because I'm really sorry to hear about you having to go through chemo ruining everything, especially for bone density in your teeth. I do fear the idea that if it's still cancer, if I have to go through any kind of radiation, radiation that's here, I've already been told would affect my lower jaw, possibly my vocal cords, bone structure, that I could have to. I've already priced that out, and I'm not gonna get. I'd go the same. I'd lose my teeth because I can't afford getting a whole thing of teeth. It was priced out as $30,000. Even if you get anchors, what do they call it? The 4x4 plan, or the 4 whatever plan, where if you have enough bone density left, they can anchor and give you a whole set, and it's still expensive. It's everything's expensive when it comes to teeth. So it does worry me if it's something still to do cancerous, because it will most likely affect my vocal cords, and my bone density in my jaw. So that's a worry. But hopefully it's something benign that they can just surgically remove or get rid of. But I hate hearing that you're going through that, Jordan. It really, cancer sucks. I feel bad ever telling you guys updates or complaining, because I know people have had it rougher, but I don't like playing the comparison game, because sometimes life is just shit wall to wall type deal, and everyone goes through their own. And many times I've told people, when I've told people how I've been doing and that I haven't been well off, like I'm actively bleeding out both sides of, like, both orifices that can intake and outtake food. I'm bleeding from both. And I've got, like, I can feel 3 inches of my small intestines right here, right now. And that's, my leg is on fire from pain. And that I hit my trigeminal nerve and it made me lose my eyesight. And I do all these things. And then other people are afraid to tell me, like, they've got something going wrong in their life, because to them it turned into a competition where it feels like their problems are petty. Let me make it clear real fast. Never be afraid to actually tell me something's going on in your life too, like, to bring it up in chat just because I'm talking about my medical stuff. The best example I can ever give about it is more mental health. Something that could be, for some people, something that they just deal with on a daily basis and they brush it off. For other people, can lead them into a crippling bout of anxiety and depression. It really just depends on the person. For some people, you know, what I'm going through is akin to them as stubbing their toe. They get over it. While other people would basically, going through what I'm going through right now, their body chemistry, the way their mentality works, they wouldn't have gotten out of bed since Thanksgiving. They would have been more than half a year bedridden until doctors could have figured it out. It's all so subjective. And so I never want people to think that they can't tell me what's going on because it sounds like it doesn't. Pain and hardships never have to be a pissing contest. Let's just make that really straight. Like, people go through really bad shit, and some people go through the hardest stuff in the world and somehow come out the other side still shining bright. They can hold their head high and weather the harshest of storms. There are some people that some hardships that you would seem are trivial are enough to break them as a person. And there's every shade of gray in between. I happen to have a high threshold for pain tolerance. Pain tolerance from person to person, psychologically speaking, varies vastly. And no, it is not true that women have a higher pain tolerance than men because they can give birth. On the contrary, a lot of studies show women have a lower pain tolerance than men. With that even said, those studies are very subjective in where did you take the pool from? Are they people who have actually given birth before? Even studies on pain are extremely subjective. Studies on mental health are subjective about what can cause someone to have anxiety attacks, panic attacks, go into bouts of depression, or not a bout of depression, and not a depressive stint, but actually have diagnosed severe depression or chronic depression. All of those things so subjective that honestly, I do have a high pain tolerance. I was here on camera with you guys for months with a leg that when I was getting up to say I have to use the bathroom, for those of you who were here, April, March, February, even on my birthday, I was getting up only by use of a cane. Every damn stream. Dozens of streams. Were we at hundreds? Dozens of streams. I could not stand up out of this chair without using a cane. I know for some people that would have been enough pain to floor them. They just wouldn't have gotten up and done their job. That doesn't mean that if you just like broke a limb and it really put you on your ass that like, oh, well, Darkness is going through all this and he can weather it, therefore I have no right to complain. I always find that as a bullshit excuse. I think that is that's hinging really closely on cowardice, because that's really what it's saying. Is what really that says to me is that you don't think highly enough of yourself to think that you're worth everyone else's time just because somebody else also has it hard. And the only reason I say it with such confidence that I almost put it at the level of cowardice is because look at the rest of my own family. My brother had a tumor that was rubbing against a nerve that was considered the worst pain of his life, of anyone's life that they could go through. And he had it for 6 years straight. No break in between. My mom has multiple sclerosis. 60% of her brain doesn't work, and it causes her severe pain and bouts and everything. Her brain is remapped so she can still be functional, but the part of your brain that makes you ambulatory, like use your legs, it's been dead for years and she can still walk. Her tenacity has kept her through. My dad, during that 2 months, twice he's been at death's doorstep. I've now had 2 nurses fired. And I can now say that with confidence because I know I'm still going through legal proceedings against all of them of who treated my dad, but my dad almost died because of incompetency from a hospital. And I dealt with that it's been only just a month, but they almost killed him. And on top of that, when he was at his worst a month ago, get this, they sent him home in a taxi. And for a guy who was complaining that he couldn't breathe very well, they sent him home in a taxi with no oxygen. So after 25 minutes of riding in a taxi, I was calling my mom to tell her I can't get a hold of the nurses. Did they really release him from the hospital? Only to be on the receiving end and my mom accidentally hitting FaceTime for me to see my dad collapsing into the door begging for oxygen. That's something a child should never see from their parents. I've never seen my dad has never begged for anything in his whole damn life. I've never seen that man beg. That man was a strong Marine, a strong ass man who was able to work his 6 jobs. He carried my mom and my brother and myself out of poverty. He has carried skin cancer, there's another cancer, and prostate cancer. He has had COPD and emphysema, not caused by smoking, but caused by 2 decades of working over a grill at Waffle House being a manager. That man has never begged for shit. He had a racist family and he adopted 2 black kids and he told them to go suck it. He had his child dying and he wrote his family off for not helping. He didn't beg, he asked for their help, but when they wouldn't help, he just wrote them off as being, I'm not gonna beg, even if it's not about my son's life. It's that begging doesn't help his cause. If they can't hear the facts that my son is dying, they're not worth my time in the first place. What's it worth to beg to them? I had to listen to my dad beg for oxygen. Yeah, I went for those nurses' throats. For every person that signed off, they are not on the floor right now. He collapsed. He clinically died on the way to the hospital. That was fun. My dad clinically died on the way to the hospital, because there's not actually just 2 ways to clinically die. There's 3, because there's technically clinical death, brain death, but actually clinical death can be broken down into your heart stopping is one type, your lung stopping is another type. So there's respiratory death, clinical death, which is usually heart stopping, and there's brain death. My dad died because his lungs stopped working and his heart stopped working on the way there. It was residual energy having any kind of charge. They brought him back from that. Still had to give him, when he got there, 4 transfusions. For anyone who is unfamiliar with what a transfusion looks like, what each transfusion, can anyone answer how much blood is in a transfusion? I'll give you a hint. It's each transfusion is going to usually be about 3 pints of blood. If I remember all my facts correct, 1 transfusion should be about 3 pints. So my dad had to you have on average 6 circulating pints of blood in your body, but that's not all the blood you have. The average adult has 9 to 12 pints of blood actually in their body. Just 6 that are actively circulating constantly, that if you lose even a third of that, you're up shit creek, because you need that for your blood pressure. My dad had lost way more than that. He came back from the brink. They stabilized him and sent him home when he could barely breathe without oxygen. Oh, I lost it. In fact, I let my throat bleed for a while I yelled at doctors and nurses. I threatened all of their lives and jobs. I'm sure that wasn't the smartest move. And when he was readmitted to the hospital within 12 hours? No. He was only home for 6 hours before he had to be rushed right back. I had all of them do a conga line to apologize to him forever. Anyone that stayed on the floor, ever. And then anyone who had actually looked at him, I forced them off of his medical case at all. He was able to write over all of medical decisions go to me. So doctors were forced to talk to me, not just my dad. They brought the documentation and they knew exactly what I was talking about. I was like, there should be 2 sets of documents. One that gives me the legal right to see everything about his medical, and one to make legal decisions. And that document should have the addendum of he can be alive, awake, and well, and I still need to be referred to before medical decision is made. And they knew exactly, that's when they knew that they were up shit creek, because I was up their ass about that one. Because they let a guy who they released him. Yeah, you give transfusions in spurts, because usually 5 to 15 minutes tell you if you're going to have transfusion rejection symptoms. But when you replace that much blood, he literally had a body full of somebody else's blood. And within 72 hours, they let him go home. No, I fucking so even when I was doing my worst and I was still in the most pain, just over a month ago, I wasn't streaming because I was trying to vouch for the idea that my dad should be alive. And yes, when my dad got home and I saw all that and I had to see my dad beg for the first time in my life for anything, and it was for oxygen of all things. When my dad got in bed, I had the neighbors go and get him some supplies, and I told him the one thing he had to do was he had to stay sitting up. Even if he was sleeping, once he had oxygen on him, he could not recline all the way. That his body would be able to find a certain type of homeostasis if he was completely lying down. And the problem would be that by the time he realizes that he's in critical condition again, it would be too late. He would be too far gone. Luckily, my dad listened to my advice because I now had to watch him collapse into the door. I had to see his face full view of him being completely a pallor that is so pale it's not even funny. And my mom helped him sit up slowly. I actually did the best I could. I'm fighting for me to start down my own nursing path. I have now officially passed my first set of tests to be able to get into nursing everything. I want to be an LPN. I want to be certified in Georgia so they can't refuse anything. I need more hands-on experience. I know I have more stuff. I have more steps ahead of me. But the first step, nursing, I'm more than halfway there. So there's that. So they knew they actually have to deal with me seriously now. But I did have my mom do a lot of spot checks, had a lot of FaceTime. My dad sitting up is what saved him the second time. That he knew to call the emergency room because his face went flush, everything else went pale, and he was unable to breathe again, even with oxygen. And that means that his body was rushing blood to vital organs, and he was actually about to bottom out and die again. So, yeah. If you can't hear, I was pissed about that. So, on top of all of my own medical problems, my dad tried to up and die on me. And the staff tried to let him die. And I see something happened with fire. My grandma went to the hospital. Okay, they wrote it off as a kidney stones. About an hour after she got home, she died. That was my. I'm sorry to hear that fire. That was my. It's absolutely something like that made me actually go into a panic. Because I knew my dad was going to die if they released him, and I'm sorry that happened. You'll hear me fly into more of a rant rage when it comes to medical care, because my brother was accused of being a pill pusher and trying to get narcotics to either sell or to take illegally for 3 years. And if they had just done an MRI to figure out he had a tumor around his pituitary, my brother would be alive and healthy today. And one quick surgery later, bada bing, bada boom, my brother is still not only alive and healthy, but with the body he had, completely healthy. But no, 3 years to convince him just to take him seriously and not to be accused of being a pill pusher. My dad, this is not the first time medical staff have got it wrong. And I had to step in because I have reams of both of my parents' medical history that it seems like doctors don't just want to read. They don't want to read, and they want the synopsis. And I know specialties need their information to do their job. But when you do a handoff between like ortho, cardio, anything respiratory, when you do your handoffs, what the fuck? I know how a handoff should look like. I'm getting trained even more in that right now. I know what a proper handoff should look like. It shouldn't be a bag of gibberish from a very nonchalant, non-caring anything. But of the thing that pisses me off the most is that the biggest line of defense of a cardiologist doing his job, a neurologist doing his job, orthopedic surgeon doing his job, of all of that is supposed to be something you wouldn't think of, the nursing staff. The nursing staff is there to chart, is there to try to coordinate, is there to see that a medication was given and probably isn't the best bet, is there to vouch for their patients and to advocate for their patients. It's usually not up to the specialists that come in. It's usually up to the nursing staff. This past time is what sent me overboard, because this past time it is the night shift nurse having a suspicion and not speaking up, the handoff nurse absolutely knowing my dad's bad off, but the problem was the ICU was completely full, and so was the lower level. They actually downgraded him out of ICU for monitoring. They didn't have a bed available. So they did something that is a very shitty practice that you can do in medicine, which is he didn't realize that since he was there from bleeding from stomach ulcers, and since he was there for respiratory problems, by the fact that he actually ate and then was able to stand, he was allowed to be discharged from ICU because his paper said he should have already been downgraded to another a level below that. And because they didn't have a bed open, they were allowed to basically cover that up. So that nurse signed off, the charge nurse signed off, and they both lied to the doctors. They both straight up lied. So that's where you get really pissed me. Because them lying, yes, if I wasn't, this is why I tell people, you've got one life to live. You've got one body to live in. It might behoove you to go pick up a, Anatomy and Physiology for Dummies book, edition 3. It might behoove you to go pick up a medical terminology book and to read it and study it. I'm not telling you to become a doctor. I'm telling you that you should be able to advocate for yourself when you know something is wrong and be able to have an educated discussion with a nurse or doctor so that they are not dumbing things down for you. You should be able to be like my son, who got aggravated with the dentist for calling it happy gas, and he would just say he just wanted them to call it nitrous oxide. Like, call it what it is. You should be able to have, don't try to act like you're a doctor, don't try to act like you're a nurse unless you are a nurse or a doctor. But you should have enough knowledge to know something is wrong. Because nurses and doctors can be human and get it wrong, and sometimes they can have their own agenda and purposefully get it wrong. And if they, between the two of them, if you don't know what to do, it could cost you your life or someone you care about's life. And if I didn't know what was going on with my dad, I can say with 100% guarantee, if I did not know what was actually happening to my dad, which is he was actually having a reaction to the transfusions, his red blood cell count was much lower because your body will fight off some of the transfused blood, and he was having a problem with his immune system starting to. On top of that, he was having a he most likely had his pericardial sac, or I guessed pericarditis. I literally guessed a myocardial infarction, pericarditis, or a faulty valve, or something going on with his lungs. Wouldn't you know it, when he was readmitted, they thought pericarditis, they tested his valve, and they were looking for a myocardial infarction. Wouldn't you know it, basic knowledge of exactly what was going on with his condition led me to the exact thing that the cardiologist immediately, and he had 2 cardiologists bow out of his case because they know still right now something is wrong with his heart, and the first 2 cardiologists that couldn't find exactly what it was did not want to be a part of his case anymore because he had a third problem, something I didn't see going on. He had a pulmonary when a sac of liquid goes around your lungs, that's a pulmonary that's not pericarditis. Is that pericarditis? Anyway, his he had a pericardial sac. Basically he had a sac of, not an embolism. He had a sac of fluid surrounding his lungs. He had a little bit of fluid in it around his heart. Yeah, if I didn't know something was wrong, thank you, edema, pulmonary edema. Thank you, BJ. Yes. You see why my brain is shot for terminology, because I've had to think of my own medical stuff and my dad's for the past 2 months. Yeah. When he returned, lo and behold, not only was his heart still not okay, but he had a pulmonary edema, and wouldn't you know it, the medicines that they had put him on inhibited renal function and were very bad for any. Guess what they do for pulmonary edemas? They put you on medications that usually try to divert the liquid instead of being excreted from your lungs. You breathe out fat, you excrete. Your lungs are a big trash can. when there's liquid around your lungs hampering your ability to breathe, they usually give you a course of medications that forces it to be absorbed and then excreted through your your kidneys. Basically you pee out the sac around your heart in a best case scenario. They had put him on medications that would actually be impeding renal function. Yeah, the exact things that I knew were wrong with my dad were the exact things that doctors that gave a shit, nurses that cared, immediately checked and knew that there was something going on wrong. It's my way of saying, yeah, my dad would, I can 100% guarantee you, on my son's life, my dad would be dead if I did not have some medical knowledge behind me to know he could not survive the night at home. He would die without more medical care. And to know to sit him up, not let him lie down, to let him know what the warning signs are, to get the neighbors to try to start getting him things to sustain him for the moment, to get double the oxygen that he's usually got, to know how to basically remedy the current situation to make him last long enough for an ambulance to show back up. That's all I could do. I was a ball of tears. I didn't know what else to do. I felt hopeless. My parents are an hour away. I didn't want to drive an hour and have my dad die during that. I had to do this all over the phone. And I had to watch my dad beg for the first time in his life. I am a real pissed off boy about right now when it comes to doctors. So right now, if you really want to know medical updates, when it comes to my dad's medical stuff, I'm a really pissed off person. When it comes to my own stuff, I am advocating for myself, and I'm waiting for the first doctor or first nurse to try to treat me like I am some imbecile that doesn't know what they're talking about. I tell people they need to go and learn enough to be dangerous. And not be dangerous in the idea that you're a danger to yourself, but be dangerous in the idea of just a turn of phrase to say, you need to know enough to be able to advocate for yourself. Yeah, if I didn't know to advocate for my dad would have died in his sleep. He would have just laid down, he would have gone to sleep, pulmonary embolism would have suffocated him, and the fluid around his heart that was starting to build up, including the idea of, I guessed, a myocardial infarction, but their guess was as good as mine that it seemed like his valve wasn't working at 100%, he would have just died. He would have gone to sleep and never woken back up. And that would have been the end of it. Unless I had actually stepped in. That sucks. I know. But God, did that piss me off. I won't say anything else on YouTube because that can be held against me, because I am seeking legal action to the fullest extent to every single person who wronged my dad at that hospital stay. Every single one of them. Not for monetary compensation. I've handed most of the information off to a lawyer. I'm not looking for the idea of gaining big bucks. I'm not going to go the whole US route of we just sue everyone and get money. I'm going the route of I don't want them doing that ever again to somebody else. So if they have to go to jail, fine. If they have their license revoked to ever practice medicine, they deserve it. I want them to never again. And I want to send a message to every other person that ever gets to see what they did. Don't fuck with patients. Don't screw with human beings' lives. Do your damn job. I do not care. I do care that the medical industry is being overrun with nurses having 7 patients in a night when at most they should have 4 to 5, and they're being overburdened with 7 to 8 that they've got to take care and chart per nurse, and charge nurses having to pull double duty of being able to overlook and chart at the same time. Yeah, that's not okay. With that said, it's also not okay to try to empty out hospital beds to admit more patients by trying to do things like, all I can think about is how many other patients went home that day that were critical cases that didn't have their child to vouch for them, that are now dead, and it's too late. No. Those nurses don't ever get to practice again. Those doctors, if they knew anything about it, they don't get to practice again. Period. End of discussion. That's end of discussion. And it's not, again, about the money. Because I told my dad that I couldn't in good conscience do it about the money. And that was, I told him if it was his choice whether to seek money or not. In good conscience, I can't do that. Because I know somewhere along the line, there are going to be people and things involved that are not, they basically don't deserve all of this. And when you start making the whole world revolve around money, you don't get the results you're looking for. I'm looking to make sure that nurses and doctors can never, in that particular hospital, even if they're floating between hospitals, even if they're doing whatever, no matter what they're doing, I'm trying to just make sure that this particular situation can't happen to another patient because of this particular set of nurses and doctors that were treating my dad. I'm not looking to have so much money at the expense of some of them slip through the cracks because they're testifying against their fellow practitioners to keep their own license. I don't want that. And that's what happens when you bring money into it. Like, when you start bringing money into it, some people that should be held accountable get away with what they did. I don't want the money. I want people alive. And that's the big difference in my outlook. I want to make sure people that go to that hospital that can be saved are saved, period. And if even one of the nurses that worked on my dad that charted him wrong, said that he was in good enough condition and signed off on his discharge, and then tried to tell him, they told him to his face, they've already signed his discharge papers, therefore they have to send him home. That is a blatant fucking lie. If you ever hear that, that is a lie. That is a medical treatment plan. It can be reversed. Just because they sign off on discharge papers does not mean the patient has to be discharged. There's no law saying in any state, in any country, on any continent, I believe, that if you have discharge papers signed off, that you have to leave the hospital. No. That's like saying if someone had a heart attack, but they had the discharge papers signed off, well, you're going to have to be readmitted and go through the whole process again. No. They treat the critical patient right then, and they go through they don't discharge them anymore. His condition changed. They lied to him about what his rights were as a patient. They lied to everyone on documentation. If I go for money, the nurse could do it again. There is a nurse in particular right now that I know that will I don't need to legally put myself in trouble and jeopardize a case. I know that there is one particular nurse whose ramifications will for sure be to a further extent than you could probably imagine off the top of your head. I'll say that. That's vague enough, right? There's one in particular. God forbid I go for money and that nurse gets to keep practicing because they testify against fellow practitioners and doctors and things like that. If my dad wants to go for money, I told him that that's his thing. I'm not going for a single cent. I'm going to make sure that people pay for what they did so that no other lives have to be lost to stupidity, carelessness, and just downright frivolous reasons when it comes down to the idea of, I'm really sorry. I am super sympathetic to what's happened to the medical industry because of a pandemic that is still going on. Listen, make no mistake. A government declaring that a pandemic is over is about government funding and relief, not about whether a pandemic is actually over. So get that fact straight. I am sympathetic to the idea that just a few weeks ago, nurses and doctors countrywide had to deal with more deaths per capita than they've had to deal with since the start of 2020 when COVID was at its highest. That was just a few weeks ago that happened. More deaths in the US and hospitals being overfilled, and it wasn't all COVID cases, and they were having to re-deal with it. I feel very bad for the idea that nurses and doctors are getting overworked all over the place, that there's now high burnout rates, that nurses and doctors need more mental care for what they're going through, that it's a traumatic job to go through when you have to see patient after patient after patient go through coding or dying, especially when you're the one that it's your patient, you're the one having to perform CPR, you're the one that has to pronounce them dead, you're the one that has to think about, could you have done something to save the patient? And then you're being overburdened instead of having, 3, maybe 5 patients max as a considered full load for a nurse that has a rotation. In normal nights, nurse rotation should be 3 to 5 patients. Knowing that the normal right now in this country is 7 per night is ridiculous. With all of that said, it's still your job. Whether you signed up for the idea of being overburdened, still your job to advocate for your patients and try to give them the best care possible, even if you're being strung thin. I hate that it causes burnout. But to turn over a bed to make your load lighter at the expense of somebody's life, you do not belong in the industry anymore. Get out of the industry, take up another profession. You never belonged there in the first place. If your moral compass could tell you, they needed to go home so you could be less burdened, so you could take better care of the patients that are there. Yeah, but you killed a patient to do it. You don't belong in the industry anymore. Period. End of discussion. Quit, or I will make you quit against your will. There are other jobs in the medical profession that don't have to do with emergent care. Go do those. Anyway. Sorry, I got off on a tangent. And I do feel that actually started breaking up my throat. I might be at the end of what my throat can do. Hey, Will. Oh, thank you, JP. I'm sorry. Other people are chiming in with stuff that's happened. I'm sorry that, like, yeah, of course, me and my dad are not the only, like, the world doesn't center around us, but I truly do apologize for anyone who's going through anything similar or have been through those kind of tragedies. They suck. Hey, talkers. Hey, Lewis. I see you back there. What's going on? You know, one day, hopefully, we can just see people as people. No matter race, religion, creed, anything else that separate us, that we can all come to the common knowledge that we have one thing in common no matter where we come from. We are all human beings, so therefore we have common ground to stand on, to have an understanding, at least to come to the table and realize that we have a reason to vouch for each other, a reason to care for each other, for the, at least for the sole idea of that we're all human beings. Your timing on that was fine. Unfortunately, I know that discord and dissonance and dissonance and fighting, everything among human beings that could be solved in healthcare and any other industry, in wars, that will be a perpetual problem until our numbers dwindle to one or less. And that's just a fact of the human condition. Until there is one or less of us, this shit will happen. But as long as it's happening, there needs to be people, and not just me. I'm not pretending like I'm on some pedestal of I do it and you can't. I'm saying there needs to be, everyone listening needs to be of the same mindset of, we have to do things to make sure that our brothers and sisters, whether it be biologically or we grew up with them, that our parents or grandparents, our children and grandchildren, whatever it is, come out of this life with the best possible chance to rise above tragedy and succeed, because we put in the legwork to say that when we see a potential tragedy in front of us, we could spot it because of instead of spending another afternoon binge watching another Netflix show, we spent an afternoon reading an anatomy and physiology book and getting a better understanding of our and everyone else's body. Instead of spending another time to go and do something that, again, feels frivolous, something that you could do at any time, we spent another chance to go and learn at least enough of the politics of the world that around us to know when something's wrong and our rights as citizens. Like, for example, in the US, when we are supposed to help keep those that keep us in power in check. You know, we vote here. We need to know about what we're voting about. We need to know about the rights we have when a police officer approaches us, the rights we have when we call 911. Most people here don't realize that there's nothing about police that say that they have to protect you. There's actually, that's a whole different can of worms, but legally, you got to realize TV misrepresents what a police officer is actually there for. They're called peace officers in other places because police officers aren't, quote unquote, required to put their life on the line for you. What to expect when you call 911 is important. And so when you realize that Maybe that phone call isn't going to solve all of your problems, and there are things that you can do on your own to prepare for when they show up, to prepare for the thing that you're facing of whatever's going on. It takes time out of your day to go learn about it. It sucks to go learn about it. No one wants to sit behind a book and learn about, like, you know, the dummy series, like Anatomy and Physiology for Dummies, Law for Dummies, all those books. Yeah, they can be boring reads. I mean, they're kind of fun. The people that wrote them tried to make it more fun. But when it comes down to saving each other and making ourselves better, to be able to hold people that actually hold power accountable and force them, I mean, for God's sake, everyone that is my age or younger, do you not get that in the 70s there was a system put in place to make sure that we could never actually rise up much further than we basically can? Do you really think the struggle is actually getting easier for us? Reality check, when people talk about having to struggle on minimum wage back in 70s and 80s, let's just take it down to 70s. When they're talking about 4 hours something an hour, translate that as minimum wage today, it's closer to being $23 an hour. That's what you can equate it to, and they had a struggle. I'm not downplaying their struggle. I am saying that even back then, politicians that were in the know knew the more people you give rights to, the more chances they have the power, the more chances they have the power to take you out of your seat of power. They can take your power away from you. So if you give rights to women and minorities and people who are, you know, on the fringes of society in the 70s, if you start giving out rights, and I don't know what was happening in the 70s, maybe civil rights movements, women's rights movements, the beginning of movements for those who are LGBT plus everything else that goes along with that. The beginning is in sowing the seeds of all of that. I mean, not sowing the seeds, but actually seeing the progression of getting those rights put in place, put into law. What do you think they did to make sure that they retained their money and power? Or did nobody else realize that we can still hold people like that accountable by picking up a book and relearning from history and realizing they can't do that to us if we all know what's going on? Yes, minimum wage should be raised. Of course, it hasn't been raised because a lot of stupid arguments that don't economically hold up. And it's all for the idea of, if you give people that right now are poor a say, and they have the ability to actually relax for a second, they might realize how screwed up the system is and vote those assholes out of power. Simple as that. So if you think that anything I've said hasn't involved you in some way, I touched on so many topics right there. If you don't know something about each one of those, how do you defend yourself and the people you care about? How do you ever? Or do you just sit in ignorance and pretend that news stations are actually giving you all the news you need? Do you just sit in ignorance and believe that those that you voted in power are actually advocating for you every second of the day? Or do you sit there and be like me and for a moment realize that the powers that be tried to kill my dad, and those same powers tried to tell him he wasn't allowed to claim VA benefits when he served as a Marine? They can go fuck themselves and learn their lesson. Yeah, we need to learn. I said before that we need to be pseudoscientists as a people. We also need to be pseudo everything, and not pseudo. We need to learn more. Hey, Strawberry Fields, I hope things get better there. I do. I gotta get off this tangent because my throat is actually, finally, I pushed it to the brink. It's definitely bleeding. Let's see how far I can go with a normal tone with me not tasting it in the back of my throat. Because I keep sipping this because it's gross. But I mean, if anyone's 25 or younger, guess what? It's not going to be pushed onto my generation anymore. All the bullshit. It's about to be pushed onto you. So if you're on my stream right now and you're 25 or younger, go rewind it about all the things you should be reading up on, because you're about to get fucked hard. expect your lives to be a living hell trying to climb up out of the hellhole that's being legislated about right now in the U.S. And if you think I'm kidding, a little bit of research will go a long way in telling you that I am not, there's no hyperbole. You're about to be screwed. My generation is about to not be thrown under the bus so much anymore. My generation is finally being recognized as being the next ones to take those seats of power. And guess what? My generation is being the dipshits to actually believe that there's no way to change the system well enough. So they're not fighting for enough change against the corpses that sit in our fucking Congress right now. So my generation isn't about to help you out all that much unless you force them. They're going to take more seats of power, more seats of like legislate. You're going to vote for them and you're going to trust them and you're going to get screwed because your wages won't go up, but your cost of living will go up. Rent has never been higher with even accounting for inflation. Cost of living never really been higher in history, even accounting for inflation. We're talking about Great Depression ain't got nothing on what we're about to be in, because the Great Depression was a whole different set of circumstances of what even caused it. Right now, we're caused by a circular system of people. The way it's supposed to be is a trifecta. Taxes pay for government funding. Funding pays for infrastructure and people to work. People working pay taxes. Taxes pay into government funding. That's how it's supposed to work. So there isn't supposed to be things like slush funds. There isn't supposed to be things like millionaires that have seats of power. Those things aren't supposed to exist. You don't know how to fix it unless you know what the core root of the problem is. And if I say anything so I can just back out of this whole rant, this is exactly why, if anyone remembers back towards, here's a topic that no one wants to remember, George Floyd, when I said my opinion had to be excluded from the conversation, is because I realized that I had done enough of my research to know that there was a systemic problem, not in just the situation that occurred, but in the people that witnessed it, and realizing the rights they had when confronting and facing police officers, that I could not speak on that topic. And if anyone remembers me not speaking on that, if you really remember, I said I couldn't speak on it because my opinion immediately had a different perspective that just wasn't going to gel with people. And now that it's long enough removed, I'll tell you very simply, it's this. What the fuck? There are so many people that had iPhones or smartphones of some sort, Android, iPhone, and videotaped a man's death. There were 5 police officers involved, and one was actually actively arguing with the officer that did that to George Floyd about stopping. Another one had also spoken up. It was and is citizens' rights to stop police officers from doing something that is brutality. Police brutality illegal. Would it put your life on the line? Sure as hell will. They have weapons. They can try to accuse you of a lot of things. The first line of defense against injustice like that is not sitting back with a fucking phone and videotaping somebody's life draining from their eyes. It's stepping up and realizing that to live in a country with freedoms, we are in the US to have the most number of freedoms granted to us, but the least number of freedoms utilized. To be able to ever utilize them, you have to stand up. You might be the one to become the one that dies anyway. That is the price you pay to keep a free country free, period. If you like the idea that police officers show up to your door and you don't like the idea of police brutality, guess what? If it's in front of your eyes, your responsibility for living in this country to stop it, not to whip out your phone as proof. That's why my opinion with everyone else didn't gel. That shouldn't have been George Floyd dying. If anything, it should have been random citizens dying, sticking up for somebody who was obviously being treated wrong. Whenever it's a case of police brutality, I keep hearing these things, it shouldn't be a case of rallying against police officers immediately. There are for every like one bad police officer, there's 1,000 good ones. Literally, we need to stop thinking that it is just the infrastructure. There needs to be changes, but people do go in. Micah's a part of our community. I know part of Micah's reasons for becoming a police officer. She is good people. Like, there are good people, and the majority of them are good people. But when the bad deeds come out, some of those good people are even in a system where they don't know how far they go, where they can freeze too. They're human beings just like us. And if there was a crowd of people around an injustice happening, why the fuck did they just stand there and watch it happen? While we have to listen to the story about the kid who called the police on George Floyd, crying, and nobody got him. Anyone hear about him getting actual psychological help? No, you don't, because he didn't. We didn't give a shit about that. Did you know that the kid that actually called the police on all of it feels the guilt and grief over basically being responsible for George Floyd's death? No government funding for his mental health at all. Didn't help him out at all. Nope. Just left him there, and that little side note just got swished away. I was so pissed at the people that watched it happen. What do you think happened for civil rights movements, for women's rights movements, for LGBT plus movements? What do you think happens? People have to put their lives on the line sometimes to make this shit work. You think MLK and his gang were just like, we'll just, get a video camera out and just tell people. People knew how bad it was. The idea that something going wrong was obvious. Million Man March was to say we won't stand for it. The idea of letting themselves get hurt to say we won't fight back against, we won't match your brutality with our brutality was a way to show in a better way that there can be a difference, that you weren't fighting armed people trying to usurp you. You're fighting human beings that didn't deserve to be sprayed with fire hoses. There's a reason why one of his guys, I can't remember his name, that he just passed away, led a march across a bridge, got his jaw broken, his ribs broken. They had to retreat and did the same march a week later, and the police officers let them pass because they refused to stop until they could peacefully cross somewhere. They put their lives, their bodies, everything on the line for the idea that their children, their grandchildren, that this world gets. John Lewis, thank you. John Lewis did that one. That was a heartbreaking tale to ever read about. Yeah, him getting beaten on that bridge. Go read up about that one. That it's the idea that this society is not, we don't need to give up on it. That's where the idea of the psychopath talk, the ending thing that I've shown to some people. The idea of society, we don't need to give up on it. It's not broken to the point of, it's not what you think. The line of the law doesn't protect people, people protect the law has stuck with me ever since I heard it, because that is what I've tried to explain to people so many times in so many different ways, and they so succinctly put it there. It sounds pretentious. It really does when you listen to it and you don't realize what Akane Tsunemori is saying in that anime. And I know anime, I'm a weeb, whatever. Shut up. The point is, in that moment, it sounds like a pretentious thing, but it's truthful. The law isn't there to protect you. You're there to protect the law. And she goes on to talk about the law is the fragile ideals that human beings hold in their heart. Put onto paper, put it into law. They can get it wrong, but we're always striving for a better tomorrow. To give up on it is to give up on hope. We strive for change, that tomorrow is better than yesterday. That is what it should be, that we protect the law at all costs, that the law one day is better and suits the people and their needs. And it costs lives, it costs freedoms to grant lives, to grant freedoms for people that come after us. That's what got me pissed about things like that. When you hear about people talking about police brutality and all that stuff, and I hear a crowd of people, when I hear about a crowd of people standing around that, I'm wondering, and what the fuck did they do? Because if they were there and they were a witness and they knew this was wrong and happening, why didn't they do something? Yeah, he's got a gun on him. So what? You got to live for how many ever, you're 20, you're 30, you're 40, you're 50. I don't care. You got to live for this long without having to run into that kind of brutality. Guess what? Life's a bitch. You just ran into reality where this shit can't happen. Now's your time to stand up so that another 20, 30, 50-year-old doesn't have to go through this and die because you might have died so 10 others don't. I'm not telling you to be a sacrificial lamb because I'm not saying you're guaranteed to die. If that whole crowd basically told the police officer, no, guess what? 5 police officers don't outdo a crowd that is doing their civic responsibility of saying you can't legally do that. And guess what? After that, that one police officer no longer holds power because if he wants to shoot everyone, well, we know who the bad seed is, don't we? We know exactly who to take care of. We know who to, that sends a message to sends a better message than starting to blame George Floyd for his own demise, starting to say that it's like the bad seeds, but we should defund the police. When it's having to say that innocent civilians that knew the law stood up for the law to protect the law, and a police officer was still willing to break that law, it shows without a shadow of a doubt where the change actually needs to happen. And it's not defunding the police. It's not trying to make things so unequivocally be different. It's making sure that shit that is so sparse and sporadic, that does not happen as frequently as fucking Fox News would make you think it happens, just doesn't happen, period, because they're held accountable every damn time it happens. If they're held accountable, it doesn't happen. The law doesn't protect you. You protect the law. And if you see the law being infringed upon in front of you, do something about it. And breaking out your iPhone and taking a video of someone dying is not doing something about it. That's why I didn't say shit when it came to George Floyd, because I got pissed for a different reason. I was pissed at every person that stood there and watched a man die when they could have stood up for what was right. Then and there. I'm tired of a country full of cowards who don't realize that you don't get spoon-fed your privileges, that your life might be on the line for being able to have the freedoms you enjoy right now, for being on the fucking internet and being able to relax enough to watch a guy rant while he's playing Resident Evil 4. That comes at a price. What do you think that price is? A strongly worded letter to your legislator? No, sometimes that price is in front of you the injustice and it might cost you your life. And you still have to stand up to the challenge. Just like every other generation before us did. Period. End of discussion. Or you do get to see the law fail you because you failed the law. You didn't take the time to learn it. You didn't take the time to uphold it. You didn't take the time to keep it accountable. So it's not their fault. It's not the law's fault. At the very end, it's the civilians who let the law happen that way's fault. Yeah, I just realized my throat. I said I'd be more careful, and that really, I think, ended my ability to speak that much. Ooh. So medical update, right? That was medical update. I'm gonna kill this savage mutt and probably be finished. My ideology is a little different, isn't it? I'm a little passionate about that kind of stuff. I'm just tired of seeing a bunch of keyboard warriors bitching about society collapsing when they did nothing to help it. When right in front of their faces were solutions. Not easy solutions, and that's the problem. We're a society that's too complacent with the idea that if it's not an easy solution, it's not worth taking. No. There are going to be some hard choices. Choices that are not fun. Solutions that take not just months or weeks or whatever, that take years and decades to pull off. It takes dedication. It takes vigilance. It takes and the idea that even what Thomas Jefferson said a long time ago is still correct. In case you guys didn't know, Jefferson recommended that we actually rewrite the Constitution every 20 years. Did you guys know that? Jefferson recommended that because our needs change so often, the Constitution be rewritten every 20 years. And it's for, wouldn't you know, reasons like this. Yeah, 4 police are, that is a big concern. That's why I said my part of that conversation wouldn't work, because some of them did do something, but not enough. But then again, they can do more if the citizens around actually also start stepping in. Which means, yes, a police officer does not have a right to violently act against someone who is trying to hold them accountable for something they're doing illegal. So the second that a police officer does, you got that shit show on your hands. Like I said, a lot of the responsibility did lie on the witnesses that were there firsthand, and that's what sends me over. If they just picked up a textbook, even one of the law books for dummies, and known that they were doing nothing illegal by upholding their rights as a citizen, no one had to die. And if someone did, people would have been held accountable on a better level, on a more national, better scale, without it being skewed. And instead it turned into a debate of whether he deserved to die and that they knew each other before, and it's not what it seemed, and it's not this, that, and the other, or is it this, that, and the other? I'm tired of that bullshit. I'm just tired of it all. It's just bullshit. It's words for the sake of words and bad rhetoric that's spewed over and over that gets us no results. Because people don't even know the rights they have and don't have. Without Googling, how many people here can name off the 5 rights you have for freedom of speech? There's 5 sections. Talk about freedom of speech. What are your 5 rights under the Second Amendment? There's 5 specifically. Your freedom of speech is separated into 5 different things. Or do people just say, my Second Amendment rights, without knowing what your Second Amendment rights are? Because for most people, that's exactly what it is. They don't even know what rights they have to even speak out about it. Yeah. Miranda rights are a little different, but they're yep. Fire, you got, there's 2 of them. Freedom of press, freedom to assemble.
Keep coming.
Oh. I'll get on another rant if I keep going. Just saying, even when it comes to people's freedom to speak, people don't usually know their actual freedom when it comes to that.
Son of a bitch.
What are you actually free to do type deal? I just think it's a damn shame. It's this part. Hey, who thinks that I can one-shot it with a shotgun that never runs out? Let's go! Wait. Hold on. Good night, Stacy. Emily, yeah, you're getting way closer. Hey, Geyser, what's going on? Stacy, I hope you have a good night. Thank you for being here.
I knew I could count on you. Well, what can I do you for?
I can't trade for anything there yet. Hold on. I got a plan.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well,
The song Train Song, the lyrics to the song Train Songs just popped into my head. And if I stick to it, I can achieve happiness. What? Oh God, the song. I should put it in there. I know I'll actually get in trouble if I link it. Let me see if I can't find it really quick. I just had a song pop in my head, and I believe the song is called Train Songs. What's the artist's name? It's on my phone. Hold on. Come on, where is it? No, my phone was just wiped. Last couple of days somehow it's been easier than my past runs that I haven't yet reached the water room. Handgun and knife runs are a pain. Hold on, where is it? Oh, I haven't hit the freaking add button in forever. No, where did my phone get rid of God, I have to find the artist now. How do I find it? I don't know how to find it. It's bugging me. Whatever. I'm close to the end of my throat. Count this as a throat break for me. Give me a second for a throat break while I look at something. Don't worry. Just give me a second. Good night, everyone. Thank you for being here, Emily. Where is it? Wait, is this it? Was it? Yay! Train Song by Listener. My phone, for some reason, when I just got rid of some stuff on my phone, it erased some of my music. I knew some of the lyrics in my head, and I just looked for that real fast. Yeah, it's the song Train Song by Listener, and the lyric that just popped in my head it's a really weirdly powerful song that's delivered in a very different way. Talking about a guy at a train station and somebody else in his living room invading his trust. Yeah. He finally said to me they had one last cigarette to smoke and it was time to give it up, but he laughed and he added he wasn't sure which to give up, his life or the habit. He said, it's my habits that make my fingers weak. When my chances came, I couldn't grab it. But it's my life that makes it hard. And when my opportunities were there for me for free, I chose my habits. I have smiled and offered up the most empathetic nod that I could conjure up. And I said, I hear you, brother. I've got problems too, but words won't fill your cup. I've got responsibilities to face and the woven tight into my dreams. I've got more bills to pay than I have time, and I'm starting to rip at the seams. I've got a plan, and I know if I can stick to it, I can accomplish happiness. I've got goals that beat my will, and lately it's been hard to accept the challenge. That, for some reason, that little response of a guy talking to a homeless man, if I stick to it, I can accomplish happiness. That is always... That's why that song's always stuck in my head. I'm not claiming it's the best song ever, but by a listener, it's Train Song. If I stick to it, I can accomplish happiness. That it feels to me that's how too many people view. That's how it works, type deal. Anyway.
Want to take care? Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Can I?
Give that the care it deserves, mate.
I get a better shotgun, like, in a second here.
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend. how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself
I might max
should
this one
notice
out.
the difference right away.
I don't know if I have the money
Will
after.
that be all
But I might be able to
pleasant?
shotgun my way all the way through this. And then I'll just sell that one to max out the other one because the special on this one and the other is the power up increase. Let's see if I can do this one shot. I mean, I got a shotgun that actually can do something.
Hordes of them against two of us. Oh, and let's not forget, this spawn is made up of monsters. You done warming up? Oh, you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
Lighten up, cowboy.
They got this down. I should eat an egg. I should actually. No, I should eat. Good night, Mike. Or have a good time at. A good day at work. Good night at. Oh God. My brain is not. I took too long for streaming. My streaming brain just fried at the idea of trying to say have a good do a good to be a good for a and good. Oh, I have to let one in to kill him. Give me the board. Thank you. Yeah, because they can't come upstairs if you're not careful. And yeah, they auto spawn. And I didn't do what I was supposed to, but you know what? I've got a shotgun that won't stop. Just like some guys like. What was I gonna say? My brain desperately wanted to say, you know, just like that ass that just don't seem to stop. I was not thinking of Ada when I'm outing myself. Good night, Fire.
Busy at the moment. Hey, our guests would think we're rude. So much for service with a smile, huh? But I guess we're just as well.
Leon! This way, hurry!
Boom. That with the ears, that part gets a little easier, I think. I think that counts as a little easier. Got a gem from him too. Now let's see if I can sell enough stuff to get double power right here, right now. And the snipper rifle. Because I should have enough treasure to... my throat isn't doing the best now. And this is why I stayed away from stream for a bit because I look like I'm doing random acrobatics with my throat. What are the combinations? I forgot what the button is to find. There it is. Duo is better. It's 5. That's worth 5,000. This is 4,000. You get jack shit. You are only worth 4,000. I wish you could get jack shit, but you have to get more than jack shit. You, on the other hand, my friend, get jack shit as well. I need more jack shit to put in that one.
What's gonna happen to me?
Right now, let's just focus on getting out of here.
Yeah, right.
I have enough things to now sell. Let's see if I can. What if I just use this shotgun for the rest of this run? Just have this one shotgun carry me. I need the snipper rifle, but Vegeta, thank you for being here.
I've got some new items in stock. Welcome.
I'm sure you do.
Got some
You don't have the one I'm
rare
looking for.
things on sale, stranger.
Just let it carry me.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Why is that stuck in my head? Is that enough?
Thank you.
Is that enough?
Into some other bits
Is that
and
enough?
bobs too,
It's
mate.
barely not gonna be enough.
If you want a fighting chance out there,
The-
you best tune up your kit.
Uh,
Got a selection of good things on
What's
sale.
the special thing about the riot gun? I forgot.
Or your life. Easy choice.
I forgot. What's the special about the riot? It's only 1.5 times power, right? It's only 1.5 times power, and its precision is better. I'm not getting it right now. I'm gonna go full throttle in the direction that would be very ill-advised.
What can I do you for?
I'm going full tilt into
You've
this.
exhausted our normal
8,000.
range of services for this weapon. If you're interested,
Let's see if can I grab the extra.
you don't get
We're gonna try to
yourself
grab the
killed
extra here
now.
soon. We're going full tilt into this bad boy. We're gonna double this power. Yes, train song by listener. Yeah. I did say it was listener. I just right. Yeah. Train song by listener.
Keep moving, but quiet. I guess we're doing this. Next.
Is this faster? Is this faster than sneaking around? How's everyone feeling after I just shot them? Don't throw your fire at me, though. That'd be really rude. Where's the bottom of that? I forgot. You're talking about me? I'm getting scope from both ends. What are you talking about? The people that you're hearing? They're getting scope from both ends with the shotgun. I know what the colonoscopy is. It's gotta be. Ah! Is in reference to. I hear a ribbed asshole every time I hear that. I don't pay attention to my brain though. My brain is on very low reserve for even power function. Hey. Hey.
You're serious.
That was cheap. Knew it. Knew it. He had a chance to kill me. Knew it. Ashley, come on. I gotta get enough money to make the shotgun go bang harder. For Mendez, for these girls, it's fine.
Sure is quiet.
Oh, I still get caught by the village chief out of stupidity. Don't discount my ability to screw up things I know by heart. I mean, just ask me to play on assisted mode. We all know what happens when I play this, any game like this, going from, oh, he actually knows what he's doing, to assisted mode. I don't know what it is. Well, we've done it before as a joke. We've done it as who was here for the joke stream of doing something unassisted just on Resident Evil 2, just to find out that I actually really I'm so used to how it goes for harder modes that I got my ass handed to me and assistant actually died. To something really stupidly easy. It was dumb. The whole thing was dumb. No, not possible. Canceling it towards hatred towards the voice actress. Like that, the DLC being completely nah, I don't see that happening. Unless I get proven explicitly differently, they've stated the exact opposite. I believe the company came forward and said that they would still stand behind, and so did all the other voice actors and actresses for the game. They were staying behind her. So you know, they won't, but I see where the idea comes from. But I won't get into that because people are idiots and assholes. And I love Ada's voice actress in this, so.
I am flattered. But I'm a one-lady type of guy.
Oh.
You're serious. Keep coming.
Where? Thank you.
Here you go.
No, she's bait. She's gonna be bait.
Finally.
Oops. There's an easier way to do that, but I chose to be hard.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Of course, you just take the one crank from the one sister, throw the flashbang, and go. But why not mow them all down with the shotgun that's actually maxed?
I'm okay, I guess.
You did well back there. Seems this isn't your first time running from creeps.
I can't tell if that's meant to be a compliment.
It could be a compliment. I'm wearing cat ears, and you're wearing armor, so, you know, compliments are a weird thing to talk about right now. Let's not talk about those things. Yeah, my throat is spent. That's a good indicator of a limit. I'm sorry if I'm getting very quiet now. Just very indicative of I can't too much more speak comfortably. I did get pretty animated speaking.
Hurry! Don't worry about them. This way.
Okay, Ashley, listen.
Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
I'll do my job.
Okay. I remember some voice lines a little too well. Might be that I fought Mendez a few times.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Is that enough money? That's enough money right there.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes
That's
no
enough money right
difference.
there.
The price, well, that's our thank you.
That's our thank you. Yay.
Life needs care every once in a while. Could be the that is a top-notch.
It is a top-notch weapon.
You don't settle for anything less than the best, do you?
No, I don't. Don't question me again about that either. Don't appreciate it.
See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should know well a pleasant treat.
I am going to kick Mendez's ass right now. And Mendez will now die. You will die. Come here, Mendez.
To think you could be this foolish.
Hey, Mendez.
Guess your tap dancing days are over.
Mendez? Don't give me your bullshit right now. Mendez? What did we just talk about? This has happened more than once on my stream. You piece of shit. More than once have I screwed that up.
Running out of options, huh?
Ow, you hit my face. Yeah. I'm gonna hit yours. I need to figure out how to get to your back eyeball easier, but... There you go. Bye, Mendez. Hi, Ashley. Hello, Eyeball.
Give my regards to your god.
Give my regards to your gun. Say a cool line now that you're dead. Say the cool thing. Yes, the red barrels are back. We don't need to talk about the red barrels. They're all gone. They can't hurt me anymore. They literally can't hurt me anymore. So I haven't tested if you can stay in this room long enough until it burns down. I don't want to test it right now.
Hey! Leon, hurry!
This fire's bound to catch.
Thank you, Milk.
Let's keep moving.
So give me milk. I didn't know exactly.
I'm not gonna turn into one of them, right?
I won't let that happen.
I promise.
Especially since Ashley 2.0, not 1.0 annoying one, is worth protecting. I can't let you turn into something bad. I'm really saving it after every single one. Hey, look, I went through it at a good click, I guess. Decent click? Doesn't feel like it was good. Maybe I can speed through on more like a speed demon. I need to take my medicine. I haven't taken nighttime medicine at all. Oh, we're back to streaming, guys, which means you guys have to remind me of things. I don't take care of myself. I'm gonna play a quick ad. I'll be right back. I don't remember to take my medicine. I forget that this is my job, so I don't play ads. I forget to hydrate. Like I'm like a wilting flower that its only direction is put it in partial sunlight, and I blocked off all the windows. Like we gotta rail me on some things. If I don't have my sleep meds in me by like usually 10, I'm not sleeping. It's 11:40. I'm gonna go take those. I'll be right back. Enjoy music. Enjoy music? Hold on. My son fell asleep on the couch and is now very hard debating in his very sleepy brain the pros and cons of actually getting in bed instead of just staying on the couch. I have to go discuss this with him a little bit more. in a decision that I know will surprise everyone involved ever that's ever dealt with a child in any capacity. While my child didn't necessarily want to go to bed immediately, he absolutely like hit the bed asleep. Because who would have known the thing that's created to actually comfort your body is possibly more comfortable than the couch that's actually broken in my living room. Sleeping on the broken part of the couch as well. Oh yeah, before I start, this is okay. Wink. Okay, I did the thing. YouTube, feel good about me. Okay. People still awake by there? Oh, or am I just now the background noise that now that I put on that music, people just fell asleep? I hope. Good night, JP. I don't know how long ago that was. Ignacio, you're gonna have to rewind for how okay I possibly am. I've been worse, I've been better. How about you? I went on that health rant. That was like 2 some hours ago. Hey, Mrs. Breginski. What's going on? Okay. Some of us just woke up. Hey, Pockets, what's going on? Alright, I'll cut the chill music. Though I was gonna I was talking to my son about some of the music that I figured out that I can play that I can record on top of itself wouldn't necessarily be hit with copyright if I actually just played all parts. And I figured out that that does work. So we're gonna have some interesting times ahead of us. Damn it, wrong controller. Of me trying to figure out background music that I can just use because it's actually just me making the music, me playing.
Guess we better get going.
Some of us just woke up. You know, that. Shut up. That describes way too much of my. When I was in college, we used to keep it dark to conserve on bills, like, or like heating and whatnot to keep the light out so it didn't get too hot. And one time it got really late, or really, the time went on. My Kevin, friend from childhood, was one of my roommates. For some reason, that just reminded me of some of us just woke up. He had the middle bedroom that had no window and no way of knowing what time it was for anything. He popped his head out, and first thing he just looked around really tired, blinking at everyone, and just looked straight at me and goes, "AM or PM?" His clock didn't have AM or PM on it. That's all he wanted to know. All he wanted to know. AM or PM.
I'll hand this over when you've got the space.
You coming in here saying some of us just woke up, and I'm thinking, this is back to AM or PM.
Into pumpkins, mate. Take this for a rampage through the patch. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Don't you don't you do that to me. Why would you do that to me?
We like our herbs, we do.
Oh, God.
Heal 'em. So, which weapon will you be giving a shine to? Give us a shout when you want to tune it up. You have a ticket, do ya? Nice.
Dadgummit, that means I should have got the other rifle.
Stranger, and I'll make it sing.
No, whatever. Let's just go. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Long gun or longer gun? How many orifices did blood have to come out to end the stream? You know what? The 2 is just fine. I'll be ending this stream fairly soon. Technically, does it really count as another orifice if it's just... I'm not gonna ask a technically question. I'm just... Took the rocket launcher under her, dude. Makes it go faster. It's always two. Well, technically speaking, I was halfway to that quota before I started the stream, and there was always a chance that I was already at that quota depending on how my stomach's acting during this entire stream. So I might never start streaming if we're gonna put a quota on orifices and how much blood can come from each. We can't bind ourselves to such things. We can't, if we confine ourselves to the restraints of sensibility, we'll never get anywhere. You shut up. Oh, I don't have a scope on this at all, so this doesn't even. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm bleeding, but it's alright.
You okay?
Yeah, no sweat.
I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome.
My throat's bleeding and I've got an active bleed in my intestinal tract, so. Yeah. I've run into my quote unquote limit.
Ashley, are you alright?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We don't need to worry about what and what, whereas the things are. We all have blood. No. Hey, Page Gaming. Just wait. Does that put? Okay, we're still down to. Wait, how many pages are in the chat? My brain for a second. Hey, BJ. Your fourth grandchild was born yesterday. No, I wish I had something. I don't fucking had less than 4 years. Gee, congratulations. Oh, God. 4 grandchildren. 4.
This could work.
That it, BJ, but I never think of it that way. That's a. I don't know. I know people's age are some. I mean, technically, for some people that watch me, I'm old enough to be their dad, depending on what. I never think of it that way. Mostly because of the idea that I had Ron at 26, so. Like if someone had me at 26, but I know my mom had us younger. Yeah, that's such a weird thing to me. I don't think of you. I appreciate that you want. I know you want to help. Yeah. Congratulations to 4 grandchildren. Just, my brain would be all over the place and trying to spoil too many grandchildren. Hey, Page Blanket Ship, what's going on? So we've got 2 confirmed. 2 confirmed. Another MIA. Oh, my dad. Just make it. I'm gonna flash some people. They don't call me the Mad Flasher for no reason. They don't call me the Mad Flasher for any reason. David, thank you for stopping on. But hey, Jeffrey, what's going on? Hey, Jacob, what's happening? I mean, I was 27. I had just turned. When I had Rowan, I had just turned 27. I was quite freshly 27. My birthday is February 4th. My son's birthday is exactly 2 weeks later, February 18th. So I had been 27 for 2 weeks. And then my son was born. Did I post up that I did I did Nightmare. I'm sure it's in the playlist. I had fun doing Inferno. In that playlist, does it have me doing the knife only Inferno? Hey, Deviz, what did you miss?
That went well.
I'll have a warning next
I can
time.
see you. Gonna check out anyone else doing this on. Maybe they say, oh, nice. Oh, so I got a few issues with my internet in general. If things aren't hardwired in, I don't get things, and unless I'm out of the house, I don't even get messages that I got some things. And now even some calls are getting dropped. There's a few issues with me even knowing that people are trying to contact me, which is supremely annoying. But more than that, it means that there's some people that just I don't know. I didn't know. Now there are some people that I always saw, and it was the type of deal of like I kept thinking I'd try to get back to it later. So like I definitely see when people pop up for things for some reason some Discord messages do still get through while I'm in here. But when I go to things like go get Rowan, I have some messages pop up, and that's when I see like a cavalcade of, I think Robert is one of the ones that tried to check up on me too. And I feel bad I didn't get back because I kept thinking, I saw it when I was driving. So I didn't think about it until,
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes
I mean, I was driving.
Not bad.
Like just, it randomly pops up when I leave the house. I gotta change that. Also, I gotta get fiber wire internet, not from Xfinity. I found out that they do extend it here, but I have to pay $300 a month to actually have the full upload and download. AT&T's fiber wire is literally stops 3 houses down. I am just going to call them until they get a truck out here. Because I wouldn't have to package it with DirecTV to have unlimited bandwidth, and that's the only reason I have DirecTV. I don't use it. It's just that 1 terabyte cap doesn't. If you're a streamer, you go through it that and upload 4 4K videos, do 12 streams, you've hit the 1 terabyte cap. I so desperately need it so I can just handle bandwidth to the house, so I can stop having so many dead spots. I swear I'm gonna abduct an AT&T person just to get bandwidth. But my phone is also AT&T, and they cut down a lot of the poles in my neighborhood and replaced them with street lamps, which we needed. But it cut the reception even more, and I'm just like secluded in this place. So I have to take the landline out of the PCs here and put it into the Mac, and then Bluetooth my phone to the Mac for my phone to guaranteed get updates and be able to use it. It's just, I need AT&T to just not. So I apologize to anyone who tried to check up on me. I was not in any way trying to ignore anyone, I promise. Also right now am getting closer to that point of I have to stop. Isn't the blacktail the one that gives you the better?
You'll get some bang for your
Shut
buck.
up, dude.
I guarantee.
I should have gotten this one. I need a scope.
All yours, stranger.
Fine.
Willed it. Pleasant.
No one cares. We're going. We're full sending it. Parts, scope, We'll send it as is. The AT&T fiber wire. This nice thing is the cheapest plan is still a gig down download, and that's what most people care about. I care about upload, and that's where Xfinity is running a freaking racket. Gigabyte speed is here. I can pull down a gig, but they throttle the fiber line that has in theory, when it comes to someone like me, even a power user as they would classify it, fiber line, I wouldn't be able to utilize all of it no matter what I did. And there's no reason that when a signal is transmitted via fiber, not copper, that it should be a bi-directional. It should go both ways the exact same speed. So for most people, they care about download speed, but what they're downloading, the website does care about pinging back who's downloading it and getting information and whatnot. So your upload speed kind of matters. Not really. Not unless everyone's streaming like HD videos and you're trying to do other stuff. Like, it's really hard to max out your upload speed in a household. I'm maxing it out this second. Right now, during streaming, facecam and everything, not only is it this, but everything else I'm running is almost got it. I think I've got 20 megabits per second to upload. I think I'm sitting at the 14 or 15 that I'm using. Xfinity, for their gigabit download, only gives you 35, and it costs more than what I even pay now. AT&T was just given to my ex's house that's just over there. Why she got it, I don't know. And she just bought it, and she's like, I don't see a difference. I'm just like, fucking, this is bullshit. Yeah, and AT&T's whole thing is once you get fiber, it is a gig up, a gig down. I could upload a 4K video to YouTube, 15 or 20 minutes max. An hour-long 4K video. Me processing the video and recording it takes much longer than me uploading. I could have consistent 4K uploads for you guys all the damn time. I could upload 4K videos and fucking stream at the same time. I could process a video, upload, do everything. If AT&T would just move it 3 houses down and give it to me. And with fiber, there's no data cap. I have to, with the copper line, I have a 100 down, 20 up, and I have to have DirecTV to have the data cap removed. That's the deal with bundling it with DirecTV. No data cap if it's bundled with DirecTV.
A most warm welcome to...
But I am a ridiculous internet user. Because unlike most, I just by uploads and streaming tear through bandwidth. And if I had more bandwidth to tear through, I'd actually give you guys higher quality streams. And if I had gigabit, I would actually stream in 4K. You guarantee that I would be streaming in 4K. I'll leave it to YouTube to have to handle the semantics of that, but I'd at least do 2K. Because my computer can now handle it. Since I use a computer that's just dedicated for processing what's on the screen. So I'd at least be able to do 2K streams, which would be great. Hey, Vamp Nemesis, what's going on? It's been 2 months. How's it going? I need to just go like tackle someone in AT&T, and I'm not saying that it's right to hold someone hostage. I'm just saying, come on. Some things are just what's right and wrong is sometimes predicated upon current circumstances and life. You know, there's rules aren't made to be broken, but sometimes to just get stuff done, you gotta get stuff done, and you gotta make a place for a random person who can dig and wire and hook your house up. If you have to force them to eat, you know, canned soup and have a bucket for them until they promise that they won't tell the authorities, and you can scrub your house of all the evidence, then if it's for your career and to make sure that, you know, your son does well and everything, you know, it's not the ends justify the means. I'd still give them like toilet paper. I'd be nice.
Looks like we can continue on this way.
Be careful.
I'm a very considerate abductor when it comes to getting internet services. I understand the human, and at the end of the day, all I want to do is return them to their family, like the ransom note said to AT&T. We all want the same thing. The one going by the handle Darkness was apprehended yesterday after claiming to have abducted a long since missing AT&T member.
Do they keep animals down here or something?
The AT&T worker who was contracted to lay lines has been missing for 2 weeks. Given that he, during a live stream, admitted to some of the... I feel like I'm at that point where that's I'm the next news story. No. Why is he not dead? I'm sorry to hear that, Jacob. I feel that pain, but it wasn't a job I really wanted. I actually put in last month when my dad wasn't doing well. I actually put in another application to have a an at-home job for. So I got inspired by somebody else to do. They're trying to get. Oh God, how do I explain this? There's somebody I've now been put in contact with that works for a company that does customer service on the West Coast, but their big shtick about it being hired as a customer service agency is that they're pirate themed, so they try to alleviate a lot of the stress by like a lot of it's a funny, cool concept. They get good benefits. They're paid very well. They're gonna bring it to East Coast. I've got words that'll be put in for me. You know, if they do that, I can work that as a normal daytime job, so I don't have to worry about appeasing YouTube gods. I can just do what I find fun and grow the channel more organically by finding more joy in this than feeling like I have to get in front of a camera to pay bills. But because I got in contact with that, I thought, oh, I should just apply for more customer service jobs at home that are just like a, you know, even if it's part-time, to make sure that I'm stockpiling a little extra money, especially when I'm not feeling my best and I don't want to be in front of a computer, especially ones that are like text-based. I applied to one, and then I actually saw, they told me immediately it was like that posting was over, but there's another posting. I applied to another one. They sent me an email, and the email just simply told me that it was the world was gonna roll me. This email told me that it was you know, they wanted to talk to me more about everything and blah blah blah. It was like hopeful, wanted to set up a time, and then I had a literal 2 minutes later email saying, sorry, the position's closed. I didn't see the follow-up email, so I tried to call still. And then got told to check my email.
Wow.
So
Look at all of this.
I felt a little stupid, but I'm sorry to hear, but that just reminded me that happened. Because I desperately need a part-time job, so I don't feel so pressured with this one to do what everyone tells me to do. Like, for example,
What's that used
a part or an actual full-time day job
It's just a replica.
that I can work from at home. You bet your fucking ass I am playing Persona. I'm playing immediately, like, Nier. I'm playing a bunch of story-based games, and Resident Evil can go fuck itself for a while as I get through all the stuff I want to play. Not that I don't want to play Resident Evil. Resident Evil to me feels overplayed, which is why you see tomorrow is Amnesia, and after that is Dead Space. Then after that, I was talking about Final Fantasy 16. Nowhere in there do you see me saying, oh, I want to replay. I'm just getting people to realize I still exist with this game.
telling some kind of story?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. They didn't give me a regret to inform you. They didn't say any of that. The email sounded so like they were put out. The first email sounded like it was a copy pasta, and the second sounded just put out that they had to deal with me. So anyway, I'm uploading more of my shit online anyway. Still, you'd be surprised, but for as many people who think that that bar over there and that somehow YouTube ad revenue is enough that I get accused all the time of making too much money. To put it in perspective for everyone, even before the 2-month break, I was still looking at other jobs I could work to make more money, to make ends meet better. I don't know what people truly think is happening, but it's definitely, I can definitely say there are misconceptions that even if that bar tonight were to fill for being able to try to pay bills for the coming month, and we filled it again because it says medical bill second, which it meant if we fill one bar for normal bills, medical, I still after taxes wouldn't even be able to pay for half of what happened yesterday for the pulp, basically the root canal that isn't quite finished, that had a filler in it, and I wouldn't still be able to pay for the coming month's bills. Like, it seems like a lot of money.
We just circled around.
To put it in better perspective, if I did it 6 times over, I'd still be short for what needs to happen when I have the other tooth done. I'd still be short. I don't know what people think I do with the money, but one of the things I have to do is have it taxed. So I think that there are some big ass misconceptions about that. It's just some really, really big misconceptions. I didn't knock the ladder down.
Leon, are you kidding me? Jumping across chandeliers, seriously, who does that?
I do that, woman. What are you, my mother? Yeah. Hey, Christy, what's going on? Though hopefully all of that will be
Let's go.
No prob.
will be null. I am now thinking that my therapist was correct. Going down the route of learning more and more about, like, actually getting the hands-on work to make sure that I can be accredited as not just an LPN but an actual nurse in Georgia. Trying to get even a baseline contract, even if I'm overworked from that, giving me a few days off and whatnot, or even at a private practice. Doesn't really matter to me how much it pays, just that it's contracted work, that they already take out taxes and everything. But first working at a hospice in hospice care, so that I can get used to the idea of hospice care was told to me by my therapist as something I should work to get used to the idea of being a therapist, being in the medical industry and anything, so that I had to get used to helping patients that I could never save. I can't save their life. I can just help them. And now I'm thinking I really should start getting on that part of it, because the nursing part of it is actually almost under wraps. I'm very confused. So what's currently going on with me, if you guys don't know how you get accredited as being a licensed nurse, there's a few different things that you need, a few different qualifications, and this is like the nursing board in Georgia has to approve, you know, a lot of different things about what you did to learn to be a nurse. Well, me being self-taught and being able to now start passing the test required to prove you have the knowledge to be a nurse is a problem, because self-taught nurses don't have the hands-on experience. So right now I'm going back and forth right now that I'm having to figure out how to get what would usually be covered as hands-on paying tuition schooling without that, because the knowledge part of it, I'm already actually like the MCAT good to go. So most people who fail at being a YouTuber, it's a business. Hey Oreo, what's going on?
Be careful.
It's most businesses fail. What is it? Average business fails within 6 months. Average business doesn't turn a profit in the first 2 years. The head of an average business doesn't actually get to put in their own pocket revenue in the first 5. If I'm remembering all of my business classes correctly from the idea that I'm a credit short from a business minor. I'd like to work a job that could give me more free college anything, because I would like to actually have more accounting classes under my belt. I wouldn't mind being a CPA at all. I wouldn't mind working with numbers. I'm a person who really appreciates numbers, because unlike people, numbers can't lie. So I've always held a deep appreciation for the idea of scientific concepts and numbers and stuff. So yeah. The main things you need for nursing school are shadowing hours and CNA working at a collector. Yeah. And I've gotten back from somebody, to be honest about that. The shadowing. So technically, in Georgia, I can be an LPN and still need my hours for shadowing. So I'd be an LPN instead, but the collection of coursework is the problem, that they need more, because it's coming down to the idea of I need to send into the board not only basically so you can pass the MCAT, yeah. But being able to do that is not enough. They want to know where did you learn that knowledge from, and that's becoming a sticking point now. And so it's not even the hands-on stuff. It is the sticking point of what to do with me, because I don't have I'm self-taught. That's a problem. That's a problem for them that we're working through it. Yeah, it's red. Yeah.
Break already.
So it's because it's not. I expected something like this, because I didn't actually, when I started on this course of trying to learn more, I didn't expect to actually be a nurse one day. I just expected that I wanted to learn more about, like, you know, practice where I preach. I wanted to learn more about the human body and what to do and all this other stuff. I wanted to learn. I didn't expect it to be something that I would start thinking of, no, I could actually do that as a career. It sounds like an actual contracted job that has set hours with set numbers of vacation time that I could work around my son's schedule, because I could actually interview with hospitals and see their offers for how many hours, for what shifts, what positions, who I work for, all of my different pay rates and blah, blah, blah. That is becoming more and more enticing. So I never really thought of it as the answer until it started presenting itself as, oh no, it's totally the answer. Now I'm having to think of it as, well, that's an answer.
They keep coming.
So yeah, I've taken and I've passed the MCAT now. Sure have. Maybe I should have mentioned that. So there's that. If you want to ask my brain anything about that right now, please don't. Because I swear to God, all these nights that I've been up feeling bad and on the floor with textbooks reading on all that time off is probably has a lot to do with how I finally pushed through, because it was better than just sitting in pain and falling asleep in pain, just to wake up and be in pain.
You're serious.
But I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. Like I said, I never really planned on it actually being a viable something to do. I thought of it as something else under my belt. Like, remember a long time ago we talked about me getting 5 degrees by 40? Just so, and yeah, it's just a piece of paper and a lot of people don't pay attention, but you know, it does land jobs, it does give opportunities. People do want to see, like, you have, you know, they do want transcripts when you apply for jobs. Wouldn't be a bad thing to have. But more or less it was for me to be able to, well, now I'm kind of looking at it as I need mentally, with how many times something's happened, and especially with the idea that I could lose, one of the outcomes for what's in my throat could be I could lose my voice. I need something to make me not anxious about, can I provide for my son? Who's shooting at me? Are you kidding?
We would like to buy one child, please!
Oh, God. I forgot that was... I think it would be amazing for me. Well, thank you, Jody Wakefield, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. We need more medical diet. If you have the MCAT score and the coursework, or should I say, if you have the MCAT score and are willing or can complete the coursework. Good night, Sadistic. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I want to complete the coursework. I don't want to pay to complete the coursework. The egregious price that I don't have the means to pay back. Again, I'm having to turn to Kennesaw State University for ideas. Because I already ran into my first snag with them, which was they kind of reneged on their original proposal of 1 semester, and I could just pile on all the courses that I would audit through. So I could just pile through to basically my goals. And they apparently have a limit on the number of courses per semester, and even if you're auditing it, it counts towards that limit. So I still have to pay a lot of money in tuition just to take tests to say I don't need to pay money in tuition. That sucks. I was trying to get around the idea of doing anything more than paying for one semester's worth of tuition so that the college can acknowledge that I can technically graduate from said college because I did everything needed in that semester working with the deans, and instead they're saying no, there is a credit limit that you can get even if you're auditing classes. Yeah, I'm looking into online schooling right now. But right now, if that circles back to some of the jobs I've been looking at to apply to, jobs that have pay for free schooling of any sort, because some of them want to require you to do base work, but I have a bachelor's degree. So they want to require you to do this, that, and the other. And I'm trying to leverage that into, usually a lot of jobs that offer free college is very limited in what they do. So it's like business work and stuff that are core classes. I'm trying to leverage that. Yeah, I know. But what else? Like, instead of spending like 5 digits for money I don't have, and I can't just move for it, what else am I supposed to do? Like, you're seeing where this is absolutely where the problem is. I'm willing and ready, and it's not knowledge that's keeping me back. I mean, yes, I'm still horrible with terminology. I'm trying to get better. I dug back out the app on my Kindle White to be able to make flashcards with, just for that reason. I'm doing everything I can. I've looked into, yeah. In fact, there's a grant right now for those that are older that is not an urban legend or a rumor. It is a real grant out there right now, that those who paid less when they went to college can go back to college for the rate they paid, which can be as little as tuition fees that start at closer. Those rumors of tuition fees starting at $10 an hour, that's a real thing.
Yeah, I got this.
It's stupid. It's very stupid. It's very unfair.
I'll cover you. Don't stop.
Yeah, it's hard to qualify for it. It's stupid. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of shit that goes behind that anyway. Hold your horses.
Hang on. I've got you. Look away! Okay, get back here!
And where do you think you're taking me?
Somos tu martillo. Que los vivos reciban tu juicio.
This is one from no college education to being at the point where she's can get in this by filling out paperwork. I'm trying to be at the position pockets. State of Georgia is being a pain. The state of Georgia is being a bit of a pain about that. They're specifically asking me for more than just like, so I have everything written down. I can be more specific. So So what was laid out for me as a possibility was that I could go in and be able to Jeffrey, I might be barking up your tree. I might take that advice. So yeah, the thing is that why I brought up LPN was because that's licensed practical nurse. The thing about LPN is that it's about practical what you're doing. So you're usually the position as opposed to a registered nurse has everything to do with they're called vocational nurses, I think, in other places. So it's the same thing, but what they've kind of offered for me is the idea that the training that would usually be for that, I've already have the knowledge set, so it's basically needing to shadow in a place where I could sign a contract to be able to work for example, there's a wall star around the corner of a urgent care, so I could basically shadow for a lot of my training, go to classes that I would have to pay that go actually through, I believe, Wellstar as well, and that I could be an LPN, get a job as that, and that would end up counting as my, if you will, the part of the training that's needed for hands-on. That is not the problem. The problem gets to be that there is in Georgia also a requirement for, as Jeffrey brought up, basically credentials of what he's calling coursework, but what core things, classes that are required, or core training classes that are required on top of being able to pass the tests that say that you have the knowledge to be a registered nurse. And they are really being assholes about that one, because no matter how much hands-on training I can find out how to get, they really don't want to give out any sort of like leeway or venue for being able to say, I mean, the coursework, to be honest, is more like legality and rechecking what you've already learned. It's not so it keeps going back and forth. Like, so in reality, figured out this first step of it, that I work under a resident nurse, smaller practice. I get the things that you're used to. I have to take vitals. I have to get sample stuff. I have to take blood. I have to give meds. I have to do all that stuff. Blah, 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 blah. That will cover a lot of the hands-on everything that I need. And like I'd probably have an RN or a CNA or whatever over me. But that still doesn't fill the Georgia requirement of, yes, they want to know basically where my credentials are coming from. So they don't give a shit about the score, and they don't care about my hands-on training being an LPN. They really care about just like, what college did you go to? And it's just stupid at this point. That's what it's coming down to. Like, where did you pay money to learn this? And when my answer is, I learned on my own, and I'm willing to learn more on my own, whatever it is they need, they don't want that. They do not want any of that.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, no, it's not even that they aren't giving the chance to get the experience, because LPN, once again, that is something that can be lined up pretty easily at this point. They aren't giving the chance for the like they're saying the credentials that they're asking for require schooling and somebody to basically, okay. So the problem that they're presenting to me is the idea that if they were to license me as any kind of nurse here in Georgia, and I didn't have somebody else to back up how I learned those things, there could be a loophole in my learning. So I can get all of the hands-on experience I need, and I can have all the scores under my belt, but there's a possibility that, like, I could equate it to the idea of, like, the SAT is only indicative of your first semester in college, and that's what they're making it sound like. Like, they make it sound like the MCAT is only got to be indicative of the things that would be on the MCAT. The MCAT's pretty inclusive of everything, and it hurts my head thinking about it. It's not it's just I'm very, very bad with just straight up. I can explain something into the ground and then forget the term all the time. I did it earlier for just trying to think of thyroid, like, so it's becoming an issue of, really doesn't matter what I can score. It doesn't matter that still I haven't gone back to try and take my
We would like to buy one child,
again.
please.
I'm very glad I could help, Chris. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad I could help on RE2. I haven't gone back on the NCLEX, but I still am at a 497 as the last time. And the magic score on the NCLEX is a 513. Now, if you think that 497 sounds impressive, it is pretty impressive for someone who didn't go to school for pre-med, going to med school, all that. It is impressive, but the lowest score on the NCLEX is still 400 something. Is it? I can't even remember the lowest score. So it's not like that chasm of 16 points, because you'll find that the baseline is 513. That's the score you shoot for. You need to get a 513 or better. That chasm of 16 points is like a year or two's worth of studying to be able to fix. It's not just a small thing that I'm missing. It is it's some intensive studying on the NCLEX. The MCAT, the thing that was bothering and getting to me most was that it is just very taxing of your time, your all-around knowledge, and then very much the idea of nothing will be spelled out for you. Every term you use matters. So when you're specifically pointing out anything to do with anything else, you've got a list and line of questions that are asking you what this is, what it does, how it interacts, what do you do? And they are not going to water any of it down with just like explaining it to you. There are no context. The best way I can put it is there's no context clues to the MCAT. There are no context clues per se of what the correct answer is. There are ways to like nix out the wrong ones that are pretty obviously wrong, but there's no just the NCLEX is actually even easier when it comes to that. Critical thinking is one of my strong points. So that to me is it's just that it doesn't, and even there you'll see it doesn't hold your hand. You can't BS through it. But even how it's surprising that like me doing more poorly with subject matter would make sense. I'm not a med student. I'm not in a nursing program. I'm self-taught, so everything I grab is been from like my jumping off point was Alyssa sending me some of the textbooks she had. Like that was my I being able to for critical thinking, not having lectures, but having a lot of online free resources that are college lectures that are just up for people to be able to access for their own courses, but you can absolutely access them without having like the school email and everything. A lot of those have been helpful, but like just struggling with the same thing. Yeah, and that's where I don't have the, it's just so frustrating to know that I've gotten so far, and I'm being now hounded basically for a piece of paper that says I took a course that at this point isn't really needed. Like, it's just frustrating. I do have a second solution that I can't say on air because it's a preliminary solution, and it requires assistance, and I've already found the assistance. Yes, it's stupid red tape though, because I always knew Academia's version of Pixar didn't happen. Yes, I always knew that I'd have to go in as, I think I even said on streams, I'd have to start off as an LPN. You don't need that degree to be an LPN. LPN would be where I knew I'd have to start to get my experience, hands-on experience. I knew I'd have to start there. Like, that was never a question in my mind of that's how I get what I can't get by not being in nursing school. I have to be an LPN. And then under that, with the amalgamation of that plus what I have learned on my own, what I can pass on my own should be my credentials. And that apparently is not good enough. Thank you for stopping on by, Jacob. It is just frustrating. It's not good enough. Oh God, 35 minutes for that. I might have screwed that up. It might be time for me though to check out. My throat is crushing me. Not only is it bleeding, it's like now it feels kind of swollen. It feels more swollen than usual. It's getting harder for me to talk or I mean, yeah. Pockets is always gonna happen. It's always it's just it's frustrating. I guess the only way I can describe it is why it's so frustrating is strictly because I've worked very hard to gain a knowledge, a basis of knowledge of a whole new. I've worked really hard, and if this is indicative of what will happen for every step I take of trying to get my bachelor's in business, if this is indicative of me trying to do pre-med, if this is indicative of me, This is starting to be indicative of all of the goals I set in front of me, that being self-taught means that not having anything but, you know, and with now Kennesaw reneging on how many credits I can actually, that I can, my full course load for the semester paying them can all be audited classes, and it still counts as I can only take a certain number, so, which is stupid. Then, like, what am I working for anymore? What is it I'm striving for type deal? If I'm just going to be blocked at the finish line because I didn't do it the correct way, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's getting to me. I didn't do it the correct way type deal. Which is, yeah, red tape. I meant to have this pulled up earlier. Yeah. If I'm grabbing at my throat this much, that's the feeling. That's what I've been living with. It hurts. So someone marked down how long. I was able to go on a rant and everything. It started off feeling like it was smaller than a grape, and now it feels like I've got a big ass red grape in my throat right now. Somehow that I got through almost 6 hours doing that. So there is hope that tomorrow's stream will work out like I wanted to. We just might not need to take more breaks in between. I might need to use more ice. Robert, Sashi, Chris, GJD, Z Gaming, Jody Wakefield, and Super Chester and State Logan of Hyrule, Mike Dune, RJJR82, Smooth, It's Me, Tommy, Anthony, Sachu, Led Robster with new subscribers is I the Sashi, Eric, new channel members or Flexing, Gabriel, Micah, Mike L, Lydia, Loopy2, Mike Dune, Sir David, Bear, Linkset, Stacy, David Rice, and GJD. Yep, I'm out of talking time, but check the front page of my YouTube channel or be automatically transported to tomorrow's stream. Will be less talking from me directly to you guys. I'll unpause alerts periodically. We're playing Amnesia. Getting through Amnesia, recording it in 4K on that computer as we play it, recording my face cam on this computer, making it into a 4K static video later. So, yep, getting that done. Getting through Amnesia. Day after that, it'll be Dead Space. Hey guys, have a good night. Bye.